I mean, it's 11:30. Well, for you, I guess it's 10:30, but still.
Yep, 10:30.
Okay, and the stream is live now. I didn't even do a starting soon. There's really no need.
Yeah, it's Splatoon.
It's Splatoon. It's the stream is a formality for anyone who wants to also participate, which is almost never.
So I can watch it back later.
There's exactly.
So I can lab my moves.
I'm gonna lab myself.
It's so pink in here now. What have I done?
To be fair, if it wasn't for the fact that I was on the strawberry team, what ice cream team would you have picked?
To be honest, probably vanilla.
I mean, vanilla's a solid choice. I feel like everyone's gonna pick it because of its color, though. You know what they did last time.
I would not do it for the color. I would
I
do
know.
it for the flavor.
Made chocolate chip for me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but it is far superior to the other two.
It looks like toothpaste.
It does look like toothpaste, but I care more about how it tastes.
Oh, big surprise! Vanilla is in the lead at the halftime report. They won the conch shells too. I already feel like it's gonna be a shiver victory. This is already going badly. I just like strawberry, man.
I like strawberry too.
Fruity freshness.
What?
You know who else likes strawberry?
Yeah.
You know who else?
Oh my god, wait, I forgot that was in there. I forgot where we were. I forgot you could do that. I wonder if that shows up in the VOD. This has probably been the first. This has been the first Splatfest or Splatoon stream in a while, though. Honestly, because when was the last Splatfest was the Zelda one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang, goodness, that feels like forever ago now.
Because last month they did a big run, and you didn't do a stream with them.
I didn't because my work schedule really just didn't give me time. I figured, everyone's gonna be half asleep at almost 11 o'clock at night. Or whatever, or however, like, because my work schedule ruins it. I didn't think I'd even be doing this tonight. Yo, it's Johnny Cash. He's back. He would pick mint chocolate chip because it's the color of money.
I was like, huh.
I don't know if everyone else ever saw him so much in Splatoon 2. I don't know if Ice did. I felt like whenever a Splatfest happened, you would see Johnny Cash's post in the freaking wall somewhere. His stuff was weird. I don't even know who he is. I just know him as a Splatoon Splatfest poster, and that's it. that's it. But he has a persona of that. Everything is about money. Oh, someone needs pigment. Yo, the purple pigment.
At least two pigments. One for Team Strawberry and one for Team Vanilla, I think. Could be wrong.
This is an interesting shade of pink, I will say. Wait, why do I have this?
In my opinion.
It's like Easter pastel. I should probably actually. I only open the lobby before I decide to start fiddling with my. Oh, I should probably check the. Man, I probably missed the freaking Nintendo icons. I see Sora's got freaking M. Like, oh man, that reminds me. I didn't peep the Xenoblade icons again. I always keep missing them.
To be honest, I saw this M picture for the profile stuff, and I was like, you know what, gotta get it because it looks nice.
Got it.
I mean, M is pretty good though. So I mean,
I'm feeling full of beans.
I completely forgot about those.
I haven't used the Nova in a while, so let me give that a shot, I guess.
I added more, Sora. I've given you more power.
Oh no.
I did it like 2 months ago, but we haven't been in VCs.
I know, I haven't, I just haven't had
I'm dead.
What the frick was that?
I completely forgot I added those.
The only reason I even knew you guys added new sound effects is because freaking Ratchet in the server has Nitro, and freaking he started spamming a different VC with my my Discord sound effects. Like, where are you getting these? Like, why are you full? How are you full of beans? And everyone... and everyone... Those are so loud, I swear to God. They're so loud.
Yippee.
Sora, are you gonna get in the lobby or not?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, friend.
You're fine.
I'm not working. I did some tactics around earlier, so...
This will activate your brain.
It activates the brain. I don't know if the Nova is gonna be a good play for me, but I don't really know. I don't really feel like playing the sword right now. I don't feel like being that much... I don't feel like trying that hard to be good with the sword.
Man, only 8 sounds is so restrictive. I had like 5 other ones that I wanted to put in.
Bro, that's less than a Twitch stream. Like, I get like...
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like, with this actual, like, in Twitch alerts, I only get 5. But, like, with the sound bot added, like, you get 30 additional ones. So it's like 35 sounds.
I'm not sure about Bruh Undead. Maybe I should take that one out.
When you only have so many options.
Yeah.
That's always a good
Absolutely
one.
necessary. You have to have 5 of them.
Especially if you have space around. Granted, I don't really... Oh, space humps in VC sometimes. Never with any... Never about what we're in VC for, but... It just makes me want to watch Bobo on stream again.
I should have gotten those. I should have gotten a Bobo related sound.
There's so many options when you.
Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know if there's one specific one I could pick.
Dude,
Except maybe for you.
I quote Bobo so much in my
maybe
daily.
you ate my tater tot.
Why was that going through my head? You need to get out of my head. That was literally the only thing that popped in my head outside of just Don Pat screaming potato.
Bruh, I'm dead.
Uh-oh. Our extra player is AFK. That's not good. Or they're gonna disconnect and then we're gonna get sent back to the lobby.
Any second now.
Just like in freaking Fortnite. Get back to the lobby! That does not look like that should have happened. Okay, I'm not hitting them at all somehow. I have the range. How am I not hitting them? How did that happen?
I think there might be lag going on.
Quite possibly a distinct possibility.
Thanks, Nintendo. What we're doing before does that.
How did you not die? Dude, Cruz was a little bit slow out the gate, but Cruz just is now cruising. I mean, it's an arrow spray. You can only do so bad with an arrow spray. Oh. Literally. I mean, I clown on the arrow spray a lot, but there's a reason why it's the noob's weapon of choice, because it's just that good. The problem is, over-reliance on it just tricks you into thinking you're good at the video game. To be fair, though, the arrow spray has fallen off so hard, though, because of the fact that the meta uses things that isn't shooters only now. Like, the arrow spray is never going to beat a good sniper or a splatling anymore. Like, the rise of the splatlings and the snipers has come, and the metagame is not ready.
It is what?
Ice is just looking for reasons now.
I absolutely am.
I mean, you gotta justify, you know,
All the words, yeah.
True.
Wow, I just got a triple kill.
You got a triple kill?
Yeah, I don't even
Oh,
know how.
you killed all those people. Wait a minute, how did that thing explode when I shot it? I see that Bro, this game's lagging out, man. The game can't handle it. It's like Charlie Sheen in his brain. Like, take it back. I think I don't know why that Smo Yoho thing popped in my head. I also got banged in the back from freaking torpedo.
You got what?
That was a really bad choice of words. I feel like if I had said anything else, it just still wouldn't have worked. Jump back here and die! Oh, I died instead. The sound.
There's no reason that time. It's just funny.
That's the sound. That's the sound of my self-esteem dying every time we lose. Boom, boom, just gunshots.
This is the sound of my self-esteem.
Damn it, it was Slim Jim.
What the frick?
I was wondering what that one was for.
That was not. That was not what I was expecting. I haven't
It's
looked at
it's just Macho Man saying "snap into a Slim Jim."
Someone showed me.
As he always does.
Someone showed me that there's a Super Mario, a Mario and Luigi-esque style RPG that's being made that is entirely about wrestling characters, and apparently the Macho Man is in this video game. It's like
Oh
a
my
freaking wrestling characters RPG in a Mario and Luigi style game. I'm like, and man, I'm like, I say something, if Nintendo won't make the games, the fans will. It happens every time. That's what got us Bug Fables. Well, probably not entirely what got us Bug Fables, but still. Probably a very deciding factor of the gameplay.
And for his final smash, he snaps a Slim Jim.
I mean, they probably aren't exactly those characters. They're probably royalty-free versions of themselves. But I saw a few people I recognized. I'm like, okay.
Notification from Discord. Probably for the stream.
Probably.
Oh my gosh, Rim's streaming? I had no idea.
I had no clue. I didn't telegraph anything.
You know who else?
I miss having an actual stream schedule instead of just Sunday and then everything else be like, screw it, whatever happens, happens type of thing.
I wonder what this one does.
Uh-oh.
Burger.
It's just Snake. Burger.
Listen.
David
Burger
Hayter.
Colonel.
David Hayter is great. I can't.
Burger.
I'm so glad he's reprising his role for the remake. I mean, I would have been very disappointed if they had recast him. I'd be like, bro, if you're gonna recast David Hayter as Snake in the freaking remake, then we don't want it. It's gonna be inferior. I don't normally believe in the idea of like a certain person is the character, but with like in situations like that, he literally is. He is the character. Wish I could blow up that thing. Come back here! Don't run away! Ah! I'm dead too.
Bro, I'm dead.
Bro, the cream is everywhere. Cream!
The cream of the crop.
When Macho Man was talking about the cream, this is what he meant.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh man, now you're making me wish I did that one instead. But nothing's more iconic than
True, true. It's not like Discord. Sorry, stream alerts. It's just Discord. So, bro, come back here. Bro, I'm getting. I'm dead. Oh my god, I got an itch in my ear. That's not good.
I'm dead.
He sure is.
I can just say that every time I die now. Every time I get killed, bro, I'm dead.
I'm killed by
Butter.
Not butter.
This isn't butter. It's cream. It's cream. It's all cream. Ah!
With cream.
Ew.
Why would you say that?
I say, Dad, do the vine boom for that one. Oh god, I gotta freaking. I had to readjust my ears. You're dead! Oh god. Oh no, Big Boy is spawning in over in our base somehow. I wonder what's happening. I don't want to lose to Vanilla. I want to... No! I didn't have enough power! Guys, get him! No.
I didn't have enough skill.
I'm dead.
Ice is like, I've been sitting on these for 2 months, it's time. I can't get out of here. Oh. They're all right here. That's not you! No, I thought the other Bobbler was you. And I got freaking splatted for it. I am a failure. Maybe the Nova is a bad choice.
I think we won. No.
Denied.
We got 420 though.
I almost spit up what I had in my mouth.
What did you have in your mouth?
Oh my god! I forgot that was there. I need to reapply. I need to reapply. Yeah, never mind. I'll do one more match before I reapply this junk. I gotta get a new snack.
Colonel, I need a new burger.
Burger. I don't remember at what point he says.
Burger.
I don't know at what point he says burger.
It's not real.
Oh, but but Ice, it's real. I just heard it with my ears.
It's a,
It's gotta be
a meme.
I know it's a meme. Oh god. Bro, if freaking brother voices Snake in just random YouTube videos, I'm sure he'd just do anything. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy
Burger,
thick.
Colonel.
I need burger.
That should not be funny. That's one of those videos that you're just like, this feels wrong to laugh at.
It's freaking content you watch when you're high. Stoner content.
It's just Snake using burger. Burger, Colonel. Metal Gear Solid 3, Burger Eater.
Burger Eater.
Burger. Burger.
And that's the entire game.
Burger.
He just eats a burger.
He eats a burger, that's all you need.
Directed by Hideo Kojima.
His magnum opus before he left Konami. Metal Gear Burger.
Metal Gear Burger. Burger.
Ah! I got hit by the cream bubble! The frothy foam boils over and boils my skin off.
Well, I got 2 before I died.
Get your Crash Blaster out of here!
Maybe that's what I should
Alright, I got rid of all their freaking junk. No, you get away from me! No! You keep your fetishes away from me!
Got 2.
Got him, not another one. That's 3 down.
Now where's the 4th? Killed all of us.
Here he comes.
From behind.
He's coming in. Ow! What did I just get healed by? Your bubbles! Ice, look out!
Oh, what?
You both died to bubbles.
That's so dumb. I saw him coming.
Live by the... What would you say, Saul?
I
What did you see? You live by the bubble, you die by the double. The double bubble.
Dude, he was literally tatting, so I was like, I got you, and then I still got him.
It's just like that sound clip. I've got you in my sights. Yo, I got 2 of them. No, the decoys are coming in.
God, I wish I could have Overwatch 1 back.
That freaking special is not nearly as good as it should be. I still stand by the
super jump.
the decoy one.
Yeah.
Dude, I was so excited about the idea of having something to deploy against that, and then they just wasted it by making it a stupid special.
Yeah.
Yes, this will deter the spammers. I think we've got this one, boys.
Don't jinx it. Sprinkler is so good.
Bye-bye, Lily.
I always underestimate it. It's such a good sound.
Wipe out!
I got the wipeout. Huzzah.
Ah, bubbles!
Nice.
Yippee! 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 Oh my god! Ah! This is worse than Twitch downzillers. Because you can just spam it infinitum. Splatter over there. Next time on Splatter Ball Z. I don't know why that popped in my head.
And got 7 KOs.
I just want to hear freaking David Harder now actually just do the Dragon Ball Z intro with his voice.
Burger.
Okay, I gotta go get a new snack and scrub my
Getting
my
stuff.
shirt. My shirt's all
You mean
stanky.
you have to get a new
Burger.
New burger! New
burger, Colonel?
Colonel Burger, but now! Burger me, Colonel!
Burger me, Colonel.
My brain.
I probably shouldn't scrub my shirt, but I also don't like any of the abilities on it, so... Yo, Big Man. Okay, well, I forgot. We're not on Big Man's team today. I'm so used to being on Big Man's team.
Either Shivers or Big Man's. We're barely on farms. I don't know.
Big man sweeping.
I swear, whenever Big Man wins, it's always a sweep. It's never anything else.
Yeah, of course.
Like a... I wish I could
Ah,
change
my
her.
face.
Gotcha.
Get the bucket hat. Bucket hat.
Let's go.
Where the frick did the thing
New
go?
lobby. There's so many Mios on my friends list. I wish I had that many Mios in real life.
Colonel, how am I supposed to enjoy this burger without my drink?
Colonel.
But you didn't order a drink, Snake.
I completely forgot about my Duolingo.
You knew what?
Forgot about my Duolingo.
Who's on what? I guess Revenge joined Mint Chocolate Chip.
Tragic. Unravel, please.
Caleb was on Vanilla. His fiance is on Strawberry. Yeah, they got the Strawberry, the winning team.
Oh boy.
Excuse me. I am so sorry.
Colonel.
Wait, that wasn't. Hold on.
The moment when Snake walks into KFC, he goes, Colonel.
Burger.
Uh-oh, never mind.
Oops, we got updated.
It's midnight.
What does he say?
Snake walks into KFC, he just goes, Colonel. He just starts calling out for the Colonel. Colonel, where?
Burger.
New
They
stage.
don't have burgers here, Colonel.
Scorch Gorge and the Anta Maria.
Fried chicken.
This sure beats eating snakes and frogs.
Ow, 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 brain.
This Splatfest is just making me hungry for ice cream, though.
Someday you'll go through the rain. Someday you'll feed on a Big Mac.
You'll feed on Big Colonel, I'm gonna feed on this Big Mac.
Burger.
A burger.
It's fitting. It's like most voice chat streams usually end up with some kind of Solid Snake voice thing for some reason, despite the fact I've never played that game on stream. Or any of them. The remake's probably gonna end up being freaking PS5 only. Unless they do the god-awful thing of putting that game on the Switch. I can't imagine that would even work. I'm like, man, if I wanted to stream, I'd have to get the PC port.
So is this giving you guys any more ideas for sound alerts I should switch out?
I don't know. God, frickin' Among Us with sound alerts sounds like it would be terrible in a good way.
While they wait for the game to load.
Just hear someone yelling through the walls. I'm in your walls, Colonel. I'm in the
beans, Colonel.
I'm full of beans. I just want to get an AI just to speak like freaking David Harder, just so I can make Solid Snake say stupid things. I can just do them myself. Fine, I'll do it myself, Colonel.
I'll do it myself.
I don't really think I've barely been on this stage since they brought it back.
I totally forgot this came back, yeah.
It's because the rotations... if you don't play when it's in rotation, it may as well not exist.
Well, yeah. God, I forgot how much space there was on this stage.
I think they've made it bigger, but like they've also, in a sense, cut down traverse options. Get out of here. Get out of here, Vanilla Boy! I'm gonna die. I died to the Vanilla Boy. With the frickin' in-zap.
You know, I've only gone up against one monk so far today.
Going against one team? Which team what? Vanilla or chocolate chip?
I've only gone up against vanilla, but I've only gone against the mint chocolate chip.
Clearly they're the minority. Got him!
Ah! But their platinum cannot aim for grass.
That's good.
It
Monopolize.
took them like 20 seconds to kill me.
Adapt, improvised, overcome. Good luck getting past the pillar, idiot.
Yes! Got him.
Taste my strawberry power.
I defeated something.
The power of soften.
Taste my white ink.
The name's Soften.
I wanted to reach the vine for
Yo, I can bring anything back to a Robo reference.
There we go.
With the power of strawberry ice cream on our side, we summon the power of Goddess Blabzalot.
I'm trying my best to eat so much.
There's somebody up there. It's the arrows, right?
Gotcha. Oh! They're over here! Oh.
Come on.
There's too much vanilla! There's too much cream rising to the top! Oh, I got D, but I got freaking nutted down. These nuts have got
What?
these nuts. Get out of here!
You're chasing that person for
You're
longer.
screaming! Their Splatling was pretty bad, but they definitely still beat this.
Yeah.
Man, we got creamed everywhere.
They were pretty bad, but also but also our teammate was pretty awful as well.
Yeah.
And their other players, like the Aerospray and the Sploosh were both really good.
Yeah. You see a lot of Aerosprays and Splooshes out in Forest during the Splatfest.
I didn't die, but I also got 1 KO.
Yo, nice. I'm looking to look at this bucket hat.
That hat, dude.
Make sure to play Salmon Run sometime this month so you can get the Vegeta Power Scouter.
The what?
You know, the freaking Saiyan power thingy. You know, the Scouters from Dragon Ball.
Oh yeah, I just wasn't expecting that.
I just randomly thought of it because I realized that was the headpiece on I had before the bucket hat. It was the Power Scouter. It's something. It's called a sea. It's called a sea and enemy headpiece. I'm like, I appreciate the pun. It's a good pun.
I'm just doing Roche.
Wait, where'd the 4th person come from? Oh, we just didn't lose them. Oh no, they got a Weenie Hut Jr. on their weapon.
Uh-oh. Not the Weenie Nut Junior.
Not the Weenie Nut Jr.
The Weenie what, Junior?
You said it, not me. Boom.
I definitely didn't. I think we just hear what we want to hear.
You're these nuts. Ha!
He's nuts.
You know who else?
These nuts has the same energy as that. You know who else? They both have the same energy despite being different things.
Yes.
Oh no, they're a bunch of shooters. Ah, one of the only stages I don't hate with the passion.
Oops.
Nice.
You need to land on ground when you jump.
Yeah, the game will let you shoot yourself off to your doom for no reason. It's like, hey, you do you, man.
This game is pro-choice. Which is great because I choose to kill myself.
Choosing your own team.
I got boobered.
Oh no, look out! What movie?
The SpongeBob movie.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said, I just hear I love that movie.
Weenie Hut Jr.
Oh. Super Weenie Hut Jr. I am not a weenie! Ah! I stay as I perish.
These guys are good. I can tell by the way they're
Bro, dude, the fact you can learn a lot by a Splatoon player by how they use bombs.
They're probably using motion controls too.
Probably. The tryhards.
You don't know anything about it.
I'm just putting them on blast, man. Splatoon is all toxicity and no fun anymore. That's just how the game works. I was dancing around 2 of these guys for a while, and they just were taking a terrible time killing me. But neither of them would back off. I'm like, I might be able to take 1. I can't take 2 in a dogfight.
Bro, I'm dead.
Get out of here! Ow! I killed him, but he killed me with the mine. Or the Sploosh-o-matic, I guess, or Splash-o-matic. Dude, all this cream everywhere! These people...
Nice, I got one.
Dude,
I got one without even aiming.
Bro, literally everybody's using the freaking cum colors. I'm sick of it. Nintendo,
Oh, why didn't I do welcome to the cum zone?
Have you seen the map? Have you seen the map? It's covered in it. Oh, there's not enough pink. To be fair, now this match just makes me really want to eat some vanilla and strawberry ice cream, like, mixed together. That's like a combination that's, like, only in the... Oh, I landed right in the freaking cum zone. That's what happened to me. I landed right in the triple ink strike. And then, like, well, that's the game! Like, honestly, this could have been the Neapolitan Splatfest, and they chose to do mint chocolate chip for some random reason. Like, I don't get it. Like, we had a good thing going! You messed it up. This could have been the Neapolitan Splatfest.
They could have killed all the Ruby fans.
You can't be like, we don't want to use the color brown. I'm like, you're literally using the color white. Actually, no, you're using the cream color. That's worse than white. You can't tell me that you care about that when you make that the other color. I will annihilate them all. Boom.
Yeah, put them on blast.
Put them on the blast.
Put them on blast, dude.
Blast. Sora can't handle our comedy. Sora be like, dude, can't handle it.
Oh, it's called I've had a headache for half the day.
My headache has been, for half the day, has been just been at work. Work. Been stuck in a dollar store for 7 hours with no air conditioning. I'm freaking miserable.
Play brewing.
Oh no. When Leslie starts laughing like that, I'm actually nervous.
Oh, this one loaded up fast.
What, you don't like it when I'm happy?
Usually when you're happy, it's like something nefarious is on the way.
Come on, my dude.
Oh, yo, the good song is playing. We have to win now.
Oh boy.
Oh, God. Get your bombs out of here, bruh. Uh-oh. Spider-Man on the way! Crap, he got away. The second Spider-Man!
Oh, that would be great.
Get out of here, Spider-Man! Oh my god, the paintbrush is awful! I hate it. There's so much I hate it.
Bruh.
It's the paintbrush, that's what it's called. No joke. And I don't really understand why it exists. It's like brush players, like oh, what have the brush players wanted all this time? Projectile attacks. I'm like, so the Splatana. No! Oh, that's a synchronized bomb. Well, I'm down here in the cum zone now. I fell down by accident and died. I perished for it.
If bread and French is paying to hire a fucking bakery.
Well, man that I just paid. It made me nothing.
Nothing.
What's with the synchronized suction bombs?
Bro,
It's not working, guys. You can stop.
but it's intimidating. Well, it would be if it was doing something effective. Get out of here, Spider-Man! I want Spider-Man! Bring him to me!
Spider-Man.
Bro, he's just freaking Spider-Manning all around the map. He's doing nothing but just
I got
being
two
a...
of them in the middle. That helps. I got both with brushes. I think they were the guys throwing the bombs.
No! Dude, there's so much brushing! Get out of here! I don't want to brush my teeth! Get these suction bombs out of here! Oh no! Suction bomb was in my butt. I couldn't even see it. Dead on arrival. Dead on a doornail. I'm starting to think our fourth is not very good at the game.
Maybe we're not very good at the game.
I will wholeheartedly contend I am probably awful at this video game.
I haven't gotten to face that last second.
Bro, what? Ain't no pedophiles. Dude, that was actually a slaughterfest. That was bad. Oh my god. Bro, his name literally is Nutling. Get him out of here.
I tried to tell you, bro.
Get him out of here! I don't want him here no more. Oh, that's so loud. Okay, I think I've had enough with the Nova. I'm not getting anywhere with it.
We all switching?
I'm switching my weapon.
I'm down to switch too.
I just
Hey,
don't.
I'm a
You know what?
defender now.
I don't think I'll do well with it, but we'll try the sword for a little bit. We'll give the Splatoon a little bit of a go. Then I could be Spider-Man. Actually, I think honestly the worst.
I'm the Spider-Man now.
I'm the Spider-Man. To be honest, I kind of really wish this Splatoon had something else that wasn't Spider-Man. The best part about being able to go everywhere with the thing would be to just throw splat bombs, but I can't do that because I'm Spider-Man. I'm like, I'd love to be able to zip around everywhere and throw bombs, but I can't. So I just, it's like I don't.
Yeah, because your web sling replaces your bomb.
Right, and I'm just thinking like, I don't know what this special's purpose is supposed to be. It's like one of the most underwhelming ones. It's super fun in story mode when there's level design supporting that ability, but in standard game, I don't really get it. I don't understand the kit. I get the idea is to kind of probably get the drop on your enemy and then slice them to pieces, but like, you know, everybody will know that when they're coming at them.
We're minting.
Why are they red?
Because we have the people with strawberry.
Now we are the mint.
Man,
Look at me. I'm the mint now.
look at your man. Now look at me. Now look at your man. Now back to me. He's not mint.
Get you a guy who...
Why did I explode? He didn't even shoot on my end. I just suddenly died. There's one thing I can count on Sora to do is to think.
We're all on hardcore, so we're playing people. Nice. I mean, it landed after the fact, but it looked cool.
Where is the bad? Oh,
Where is the Batmobile?
SpongeBob, where's the Batmobile?
Why did... Okay, that was weird. That was weird, because I was just gonna do this with him.
I don't know
And
why.
I don't know why, because there's no correlation.
There's none at all.
And then we just move the gun.
Ah, there's a lot of ketchup back there.
Oh my god, I love shooting around corners with the blaster. It's so nice, because they can't do anything.
Oh, what's happening?
Jump time.
Oh god.
This just straight up looks like blood.
I know, what a color! Like, why is it? Ow! I'm dead! I'm dead. They're taking the center.
Alright, so if I were to theoretically replace a sound, which one would you guys like it to be? Just in theory.
Oh my god, I got spawn killed by the 52! I don't know, I can't think. I don't remember all the sounds.
Okay. I can't do
Man, right over here, we're not even like mint chocolate, we're like pistachio versus cherry ice cream over here.
Damn. Beautiful Milo mochi there.
Oh god, the ketchup bomb!
The
I guess-
ketchup bomb.
I guess the cherry bomb would have probably been more apt though for the jokes I was making. SpongeBob, why is there blood all over the battlefield, SpongeBob? Ah, I hate it when we kill each other. I'm not about that suicide life, bruh.
Damn.
Burger.
I took the wrong one.
Alright, I'm gonna take off.
I want to go get it. I accidentally hit the paper.
I accidentally hit the vine bow.
Why isn't this freaking color in the main game all the time? It's such a good color.
It's very striking.
Oh, belly.
I should be wearing pink of some kind. I'm not a true strawberry fan. Should be wearing pink.
Yeah, the window is gone. Wow. So 21 minutes to do window.
There we go.
What have you done?
I've never been doing it while
Nothing.
watching.
You've done
It's just
something.
like, wow.
No, I haven't.
Stop.
I didn't do anything.
I don't trust that laughter.
Look, I won't even... I won't.
Welcome to the cum zone.
The symbol kind of helps that point across.
When
Also-
you do the symbol.
No, you know, like but that
I thought you meant the icon that I chose.
I can't see it.
It's a glass of milk.
Ripped to shreds. Oh,
Absolute skill issue.
bro, that was I walked right into that. My God, I just completely demolished. Die, paintbrush. I'm the superior melee weapon.
In the base.
That's not a melee weapon. Get out of here.
Who shot at me? Oh my God, there's freaking evil entity out there. The evil remains. Ah, I've been vanquished by the evil.
Missiles inbound.
You know what else is inbound?
What? I just exploded.
That's been happening a lot. No, no heist, that's not a yippee!
Only if it was in real life. Damn it.
Oh, like that was a hunt I'm proud of.
There's a what?
Oh God, dude, the sniper took a massive shot at me and he completely missed, and I'm like,
Where this baby? Okay. I want to get a new painter.
the sniper went ham at me. He went for the shot, he missed, and he tried to retreat because he missed, and I followed him all the way through. But I couldn't reach him with weapons, so I just kept chip damaging him with splat bombs. I would just chase him chucking bombs at him until I hit him around the corner. Also, this place looks disgusting.
It's funny because he absolutely never misses when he's aiming at me.
Bro, like he's taking
Apparently
2
you
shots
were
at me.
like,
Oh, dude, what? Okay, that wasn't even a sniper. The suction bomb from nowhere got me. Have we won a match yet? I don't know if we have.
We have.
Okay, it doesn't feel like it. Ow! Gone! Reduced to atoms! No, reduced
Welcome
to cream.
to the cum zone.
Ah!
Come on, reduced to
Reduced to it. My little squid body couldn't handle it.
I'm feeling full of beans.
I can't.
Burger.
I can't say what I was thinking because of the way Ice did that
I'm
intrusive
feeling full of.
You know who else?
Oh no! Ice, stop with your intrusive thoughts. You need to get out of here.
That was Sora.
Oh. Sora, what the
I'm feeling full of.
Burger.
I'm feeling full of burger. I need to use the bathroom, Colonel.
There's white ink everywhere.
Colonel.
I think I'm in the zone.
Can't even right
That's
now.
the forbidden ink. Get out of there, Snake.
Get out of there, Snake.
It's the forbidden ink.
The forbidden zone. I wish I had enough Ink's favor sub to be able to throw 3 bombs. Then I'd be unstoppable. When I remember to throw them. Yeah, that is. Most of the time I don't remember. Yo, bro, our 4th finally got sick of us and left. Like, man, I'm sick of these guys. I'm out of here.
Or it's funny when you're in like this digital 2D mode, and your weapon is so comically large that it clips out of bounds.
Oh yeah,
So, like,
it's great.
Like you can see the square that Sora's trapped in.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Because the weapon won't leave the square.
Sora is too square.
What?
Sora's like, I'm not high enough for this, what?
Get higher.
Climb, Sora, climb.
Can we get much higher?
Colonel, I need to get high.
No.
I need to get much higher, Colonel. Colonel, I have to find the One Piece.
The ultimate stealth operation. The only thing that's more elusive than Solid Snake, the One Piece. Actually, more elusive.
Slim Jim.
Burger.
More elusive than the One Piece itself is the end of that
Snap into a
show.
burger.
Snap into a burger.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's the most elusive thing of all time, because they'll never find it. Because if they found it, then the show would end.
True. The real One Piece is the friends we made along the way.
Impossible. I got big friends.
Sora's in the antisocial mode today. Like, friends. Ugh, I only need burger.
I'm in burger.
Ow! Where did that come from? Oh god, it's the Kraken. Or sorry, the Crack-On. My mistake.
Yeah, there's a difference now.
Colonel, the Crack-On is here.
Aww. There are too many rollers, Colonel.
Colonel, there's so many
They
rollers.
really be rolling.
Ah! Ah! Bro, I can't do anything!
Yo, we have Splat Tim on our team.
You need to lower the volume a bit. You're upstairs and you
No, I didn't know. This coming zone's getting out of hand. Get out of here, Mr. Blood. No! Oh, I can't. I ran out of mobility. Oh my god, this is so bad.
Yeah, we're really good. We're really bad.
We need to pull together as a team. Get that out of here. It freaking broke our bubble. What's it doing over there?
Oh, Splatfest.
Ah! Yeah, Splat. We have a random gold roller that's not rolling, a random gold arrow spray that's not doing their work. It's always easier to blame the person who can't defend themselves.
Oh, come on. No pun intended.
That worked well. Dude, no matter how many last stands I do, I run out of last stand juice. Yo, go arrow spray. Use your bomb. You effing disgrace.
I fell off deck.
I fell off in general.
I fell off, dude. My brain fell off.
No,
You know who else fell off?
You know who else?
You know who else fell off?
I mean, it's dangerous when you're climbing that high.
It's so dumb.
I wish he had fallen off Mount Everest.
Oh my god.
I think it's a little bit too randomly hostile, but I don't like these. You know, bro, I kinda went a little too hard there. I should probably dial it back.
You got a little too what?
Oh no, bro, I said the forbidden word, bro.
Okay.
I'm trying to do
God,
freaking...
he really makes the most cursed noises.
I know, like I'm trying to do them from memory. Freaking someone on some video I watched who's an impersonation of Broly from Dragon Ball, just as like borderline Muscle Man. It's like, why do you sound like Muscle Man, Broly? He's like, I don't sound like Muscle Man! And he just starts doing the Muscle Man cry, and it's hilarious. That moaning weird noise he does.
Yeah. That's the best way to describe it.
I was like, I don't know what else. Oh no, bro.
Neat.
Ice just drops the cold Vimo from nowhere.
Oh, because I was using my special. That's why I did it. I realized nobody can see it. There we go. Let's activate those neurons. You see a depressed squid swimming around? You got a squid bag.
This tweet. Remember when Nintendo announced Noah and Mio amiibo 9 months after the game's release without any pictures of them or release date, and then never mentioned them again? What even? What?
Did they really?
Yeah. Well, they announced their amiibos like ages ago. Like Noah and Mio amiibos, and then it's like, but like, what? Also, this is a really vivid yellow.
Yeah, this is an awful color.
We're lemon ice cream, bro. No one needs lemon. Lemon. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm out of ink.
Lemon.
just the lemon meme with Muscle Man.
The forbidden fruit.
Oh! I hate that didn't kill him.
My weapon does no damage.
Yeah. I can. It's like I can't replicate it, but I can picture it perfectly in my head.
You almost fell off.
You almost fell off. You can't fall off if you don't get on. I'm out of ink! How did I kill him? What?
Thank you
No, that
so
wasn't
much.
me.
And thinking of this stuff and
It just exploded next to me.
Ah!
You know it's a bad special when you're using it just for the refill.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I almost do for the Spider-Man. Or the Squid Man.
What the hell? Dan OK is over in that left corner. Yeah.
Oh god, they're lagging around. They're glitching the Matrix, bro. No! Dude, that was
Damn right.
snapped this match in half. Bro, it's like they're winning. We gotta stop them. Stop their momentum now! Freaking eclipsed.
With a Slim Jim.
Snap their Ethernet.
I want
with
a
a
mod that replaces the soda power up with a Slim Jim.
Bro, I can't. I'm stuck in.
You just snap a Slim Jim and it powers you up. Just like Macho Man.
Bro, but what are freaking Noah and Neo amiibos even gonna be for? Like, what's the point? Also, they never released the Sora amiibo either, and that's been even longer coming. Man,
God knows if they do make another Xenoblade, they're gonna axe all the old characters like they always do.
bro, like I don't even understand why they're making amiibos. It's like, I mean, like what is it? What is a Noah and Neo amiibo gonna do 2 years after the game comes out anyway? Someone said they should. Someone said the amiibo
I don't
should.
even know why they.
Okay, I gotta do the food thing.
Oh god, a communication
I
errors
always
occurred.
thought Amiibo was just gonna be a Smash thing.
I mean, for the longest,
Okay, do we have to leave then?
for most of the Switch's lifespan, all the amiibos were for Smash. They didn't do much else.
Do we hit stop?
Do we hit stop what?
Did we hit stop? Stop or keep going?
Stop because the whole game crashed. Or well, my game
It
crashed.
didn't for me.
Oh, no wonder
Okay.
you didn't even get the Slim
I
Jim.
couldn't check if
When
you
you-
were. Because of how amazingly well designed these menus are, I couldn't even tell that you were disconnected.
Oh. Oh my god, I keep trying to create a room, I keep getting communication errors
I was
occurs.
just
What's
sitting there
happening?
and Nintendo was like, "Do you want to keep playing?"
I
And
have-
I was like, "Well, I want to see if my friend is still in here or not." Did
The-
you want to keep playing?
The moment you played Snap into his Slim Jim is when my freaking internet got disconnected. I'm probably not going to be able to join again either.
That was Sora again.
Oh, well, the timing was completely perfect, so...
Oh, my head.
Someone said the Noah amiibo should give freaking Link Noah's outfit in Tears of the Kingdom since they took away Rex's outfit.
That would be cool.
To be honest, I don't really... I mean, I get why they did, but I also don't understand why they took out the Rex outfit when literally they had already created it. What was the point of taking it out? Consistency? In my Nintendo game?
Just like Wolf Link.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's not like
And the Master Cycle.
it's not like they took those things out to replace them with something else. They just took them out to take them out.
Yeah. Granted, you can just make your own motorcycle now, but you can't make your own wolf companion.
Right. Honestly,
Yeah,
for some
it's
people,
epic.
it's the opposite. But for me, the more time passes, the more I'm just really starting to hate Tears of the Kingdom. But before launch, I was afraid of all these things, and then the last trailer came out, and I'm like, oh, yo, my fears are gone. And then I play the game like, all thy fears are here. I got bait and switched by Ganondorf. That's literally what happened. I'm like, I had so little hopes for that game until I saw the trailer, thinking, oh, it's gonna rectify all the things I was thinking, and then it's like, no, we're gonna double down on all the things you hated before. Like, really, it's just, ugh. I'm so sad by it, because it's just like, that was the reason why I was so freaking burnt out and not interested in freaking Tears of the Kingdom, because of how long they had did it, and then for like, you know, like the hype obviously had died off, or at least for me. It was like they had announced it at the very last E3 that ever happened, and then it's like, you think with all that time cooking in the oven, they're gonna have something really good, right? And I'm like, it feels like 70% of the time they were cooking was just that freaking building mechanic, and that's it. So it's like everything I was afraid that the game was gonna be has turned out to be true, and I'm very upset about it.
Yeah.
I'm losing faith in the Zelda franchise.
I've done all the dungeons now. I think I've got a ranking for my favorite to least favorite dungeon.
Not enough players! Are you kidding me?
Funnily enough. That's so dumb. Funnily enough, I think it's just the order that I did them in.
That's
like, it feels like it's biased, but
it's sad that you started off with Peak and then went downhill.
yeah.
I made another.
I think for me the order is lightning, wind, fire, water.
Just in like overall terms of dungeons or bosses, or what criteria are we judging on?
Just overall, just everything included.
You said lightning, wind, and then fire, water. You said.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go with.
I think I kind of feel the same. Like, I feel like the Lightning Temple felt most like a Zelda dungeon, but I think aesthetically, I think the Wind Temple was my favorite. In the concept of being in an
Definitely
airship.
aesthetically.
Aesthetically, Wind Temple clears all of the other ones, for sure. I mean,
yeah.
Lightning Temple also is really
Wind
good
Temple,
aesthetically, too. But, like...
Wind Temple has the best... Lightning's pretty good, too, but Wind Temple has the best aesthetic and the best boss, and it's not even close.
That's true. I think in terms of categories...
But those two things don't right here.
Oh, no, that's true. I feel like if you were to break down ranking each dungeon into, like, aesthetic... like, and then dungeons overall feel, and then boss, I feel like none of them get 3 for 3, but like, actually, you know what, I feel like if I was to give, I feel like Lightning Temple overall is the closest to getting all 3. Like, Gibdo Queen is a horrible boss to play against, but lore-wise and just like entertaining factor, it was one of the better bosses because it felt like interesting and cool looking. I keep getting the not enough
That's
players.
so dumb, dude. What the hell?
I don't know. That's like Wind Temple gets.
It's awful because you can't just give anything full marks because every single temple is like, well, it's good, but it does this horribly wrong. You know.
Lightning Temple is the closest to getting full marks. But, like, Wind Temple gets aesthetics and boss, for sure. It gets aesthetic and boss marks. In terms of puzzle solving, it was, like, the easiest dungeon of the 4.
I noticed something about the puzzles in the dungeons.
What about?
I didn't realize this until recently, but they almost never utilize the companion that you're given. Like, you usually use the companion, except for, like, literally just to activate something, right?
Yeah, they're the switch flipper.
Yeah,
but you don't use them for puzzles.
I realize that because you use them a lot approaching the dungeon, but you never use them in the dungeon.
Right, that's really weird.
I noticed that while I was doing the fire temple, I was using, like Univo and the minecarts to activate the switches, right? And I was like, hold on a second, this is the only time you ever actually need to use your companion in the dungeon.
Yeah, like Univo's like the only one that gets a chance for that.
It's like, what the heck?
It's like, that's the thing, it's like, Lightning Temple, I feel like it gets all 3 marks, because I feel like it has the most puzzles of a dungeon. Like once you get into the meat of the dungeon, they're almost all mirror shield puzzles. but then it's like,
Yeah.
why can't we get a fourth player? What is happening?
I don't know.
But
Yeah, it's just.
but like before that,
I think it's the most dungeon-like. It
It's the
feels the
most-
most like a dungeon.
it's the most dungeon-like, but I think the Wind Temple has a better aesthetic. But like, I still give the Lightning Temple an aesthetic point in my opinion because it's good
I
aesthetic.
actually really like. I actually really like the.
We have enough players.
I really like the premise of the Fire Temple too. It's just the Water Temple that I think sucks in terms of presentation.
The Fire Temple I feel like gets the dungeon point in a sense because it aesthetically kind of feels like a dungeon, even if the puzzles
It
are all...
doesn't beat. It doesn't beat Lightning.
Oh, it doesn't. It's definitely like the second worst dungeon. So, but it
Well, I
has.
meant specifically in terms of that.
Oh, it doesn't beat Lightning Temple, no. Like I mean I don't mind the aesthetic of the temple. I just don't like the puzzle.
Bro just whipped out the hammer and threw it instantly. Did anybody else see that?
I
He
think
whipped out the hammer and went this thing and yeeted it.
I've noticed it's like a recent tactic. They just kind of use it to have the projectile.
Yeah, but who wouldn't want to turn into an overpowered, invincible ball of death?
I don't know, man. I'm just dying out here. Like, but like the freaking Fire Temple, like the Fire Temple's like. Honestly, I'm not even 100% sure if I can give it a full aesthetic point. It's like it gets half a point for aesthetics, and then half a point for like puzzle design. And honestly, that I does not get the boss point. Like just because it uses Gamma as the name and the boss,
Nope.
doesn't really. Ow! What? I killed you, and you killed me from beyond the grave. What is this?
No,
nonsense?
Colgara's the only cool boss. It's really sucks, but Colgara's the only cool boss.
Colgara is the only cool boss straight up, but I will stand, I think the Gibdo Queen is an interesting premise, and I like that the Gibdo Queen actively affects the plot of the Gerudo plot, because it's literally causing an infestation of zombies all over the desert. It doesn't make it a
Sure,
good...
but fighting her sucks.
Oh, no, I get it. But, like, you know, I don't mind a fight being difficult or sucky. It doesn't mean it's a failure of a boss. It just means it's not a fun boss. But that's the thing. It's like it's not a fun boss, but like I almost want to say it's a good boss.
I feel like if it's not fun, it's kind of a failure.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like bosses at times can, if they can either be fun or challenging. I feel like Gibdo Queen is more on the challenging side, but not like crazy unfair.
I think she's too far on the challenging side. Maybe
That-
that's just because I give her first.
I think that's probably a major thing too, because they clearly didn't scale the difficulty. But the whole game actually expects you to be good at the game because they expect you to play Breath of the Wild. I'll commend them for that. I'm glad they didn't pull their punches with it. So I in a sense appreciated the challenge, but it's just like the difficulty of that game scales weirdly because of how open-ended it is. Like that fight is completely different coming in, like, because honestly, when I fought it again in the underground, it was a completely different story.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly,
Hey, I made a 4.
and honestly, the moment I learned the Gibdo, well, we won. The moment I learned the Gibdo Queen's attack pattern, the fight was over. The moment I finally realized all the things it did, I won with that one. Like, I finally figured out in that fight what triggered the whirlwind attack and how to dodge it. And then once I could just dodge it without fail, the fight was over. So it's like, it took some learning, but it wasn't, like, completely impossible. Whereas, I'll still... Okay, I think the worst dungeon, because I feel like the Goron dungeon gets half a point in aesthetic and half a point in dungeon design. But I feel like... not enough to give it a full mark at anything, in my opinion. But, like... The Water Temple only gets aesthetic, and that's it. It has the
It
worst.
doesn't even get an aesthetic for me.
Like, I think it's really pretty having the whole big water facility in the sky. I think it's like, it looks good. It's aesthetically a good-looking dungeon. Granted, the lead up to it was better and had better aesthetic points. It's like I'm giving it to it because I enjoyed its aesthetic, not because I think it's a great aesthetic piece. But like, if it didn't play or feel like a dungeon at all, it was actually horrible in that regard. Like, you did more dungeon-based stuff getting to the dungeon rather than in the dungeon.
Yeah.
And the boss
I
is...
think it was just, yeah.
Honestly...
Its puzzles were terrible, its boss was terrible, its aesthetic was terrible. I didn't enjoy the Water Temple at all.
That's very fair. Like, I can respect the fact that you don't like the aesthetics of the Water Temple, because it's like it kind of teeters for me with it. But like everything else about it sucks, and it's like I can understand the fact that the Gibdo Queen feels way too hard and badly balanced in difficulty. But I would rather fight the Gibdo Queen again than the Sludge to Rock thing, because that fight, at least the Gibdo felt like it wasn't fun, but it was challenging, and it felt like I had to just kind of learn how to fight it.
Okay, but
the Octorok.
But the thing is, make a hydrant cannon, and then Octorok is really fun.
Well, that's fair too, but I feel like in the initial
That's
fight with
literally
it,
all you have to do.
I feel like the initial, but like the initial fight, you don't really have the option to bring that kind of vehicles in. So rematches makes the fights very different, but like, ouch, base
I'm really
fight,
glad they didn't
base
do
fight.
that, because using, I'm really glad they didn't say, oh no, you're not allowed to build here for some reason. Like, you can actually use your zone in the rematches.
Yeah,
it's great, because like using flying war machines against Bulgaria is sick.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I can't wait to try that later on.
And making like cannon, making vehicles with cannons on them that like Queen Gibdo is sick.
Yeah,
they blow through her armor instantly.
We had a pretty good time with it until she broke my vehicle. Oh crap, I missed my slash. I could have gotten them too. But I feel like in terms of their base first attempt at design, the Sludge to Rock was like by far the most frustrating thing. Like, Gibdo Queen was annoying, but at least it felt like that was like some of it was on me and some of it was on the boss design. But like the entire Sludge to Rock fight felt completely. That was the thing. At least with the Gibdo Queen, I was actively, constantly working against it and fighting it. The Sludge to Rock, you have so much downtime waiting for Sidon's ability to redo, and you're just waiting for the chance to attack the boss. Rather than with the Gibdo Queen, you can just keep going no matter what. You just gotta be aware of its counterattacks.
I got three.
But like the Sludge to Rock was awful because you just had so much time waiting. It was, and then it's like if you die, getting through the first phase is so slow and annoying. Just to go back to the second phase and figure that out. It was so. I just felt the Sludge to Rock the worst. Like, I can respect the fact that the Gibdo Queen is the worst in one regard, but I think the Sludge Rock is the worst.
I can agree. I get that.
So, in my opinion, like, the Water Temple has basically almost nothing going for it, other than the fact that it looks really nice. But that's not even really a saving grace for a dungeon. I got better dungeon experiences out of shrines.
I think its aesthetic is just extremely boring compared to all the other things.
To be fair, you're completely right about
like,
that.
A ship, an Indiana Jones pyramid, and like a giant, like massive underground.
What the frick just happened?
Are all just way cooler than like, look, it's a water temple in the sky.
To be fair, I feel like I think we won that one too. I'm not sure. We lost a lot of the center. Oh wow. Okay.
And another yippee. Another thing is, it's the only dungeon that has the low gravity mechanic.
Oh yeah.
And it doesn't use it at all.
That's right. It doesn't really use that for anything at all. It's like
just kind of there for no reason.
It's like, oh, maybe it's just to symbolize
I think it would have been way cooler if they put the low grav in the Wind Temple instead.
That would have made so much more sense because you were logically way higher up in the air. So like you would be possibly entering zero gravity area as opposed to the freaking Water Temple. That's what I mean. Like the Water Temple is a flop in so many regards. It's like bad boss, bad dungeon design, depending on your taste, bad aesthetic design, and it's just like, I don't know, bad use of like the abilities that you get in the area.
I think this Water Temple deserves all the hate that Ocarina Water Temple got.
Right? At least all
because I think Ocarina Water Temple is way better than people give it credit for.
It's extremely overhated for sure. It may be one of the first Zelda dungeons to really test your puzzling knowledge, but like,
But that's a good thing.
right?
The puzzles are good.
I like a Zelda dungeon that I have to actually figure out and put effort into solving. The water temple of this one was like probably the worst water temple ever, because it didn't. That's the thing. It didn't even have the aesthetic of a water temple. The sewage system inside Zora's domain felt more like a water temple than the water temple did.
Yeah, it really did. That should have just been the dungeon.
Right.
I actually really like that area. Sweetheart? Oh.
What?
What do you know?
Dude, I couldn't dude, I was it's such a bad time to be out of here. I got splatted by Xenoblade 3.
Jump Sora. Oh wow, Sora, you have a painting buddy.
I honestly feel like for as good as a game Breath of the Wild was, I feel like its effects have really damaged the video game landscape for the last several years.
Yeah, I understand that.
Because everything wanted to be Breath of the Wild after that happened. And then it's like,
Everything still wants to be Breath of the Wild.
bro, it's like, Breath of the Wild's not even that great. Like, it's fun, but it's not that great. Like, think about it. Like, yeah, sure, I'm the Harvest Moon type of guy on, like, internet most of the time. But, like, it says something when... Like, I may like Harvest Moon, but Zelda's still my favorite franchise. And it says something that a remake of something that I was expecting to possibly be terrible, I was more excited to play than freaking Tears of the Kingdom that was built up for, like, 4 years. It just...
I think it was more like, yeah, 4. I was gonna say it was more like 5, but I think I'm thinking... I think I'm wrong.
I don't know how many years it's been at this point. All I know is that it was announced, I think, before COVID happened. So it might have been almost 4 years. I don't know.
No, it was definitely at least 4 years.
Okay. What did I even get killed by? Like, oh, I got shot in the back. That's what
I
happened.
jumped their base. I want to see if that worked. Not really.
No, they took the censure while you did that. But you know, there's nothing you can account for that. I like the yellow-blue combo.
Burger.
Way more at Xenoblade 3, Takadashi, and
Bro, this must be what it must be like for fans, like, say, of Fire Emblem that love the series for what a modern twist did rather than what the series is actually good at. Yeah, I hate feeling this way about Zelda.
I don't know. Fire Emblem kind of overhauls itself every single game, so
True.
it is definitely the the classic Fire Emblem fans have been waiting for over a decade for a classic game.
I heard they got it in Engage, but like then the story of Engage was bad, is what I heard.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. It's like, you know, play it if you like the gameplay, but not if you like the story, and then you flip that for 3 houses, apparently. That's a new error message. One or more players disconnected. Like, when is that?
Play 3 houses.
I don't mind it. I don't have like
People say it was too Persona, and I kind of get that, but I think it was a good mix.
I don't know. I mean, I've enjoyed it for what it's been.
Because I mean, it really is. Like, if you play any other Fire Emblem game, you'll realize that 3 houses, gameplay-wise, is just Fire Emblem X Persona.
Right. That's what a lot of people are saying Tactica is like, where it's like it's flipping it. It's like Persona's taking the Fire Emblem twist. The stuff that people thought Tokyo Mirage Sessions was gonna be, or whatever that
Right,
is.
but then TMS was just its own thing completely.
I've
It's
heard
a
mixed.
JRPG that didn't play like either.
I heard mixed things about that game. I kind of want to try it at some point. Maybe. I don't know if I can get it for like cheap. There's too many things out there.
I kind of do too.
To be in a positive mood of things, when
Yes, Sora.
when it comes to Zelda, what is both of your guys' top 5 favorite Zeldas? Whether or not you've played it or just experienced it, like whichever you want to answer it with.
That's tough.
Minish Cap. Sword.
I heard Minish Cap, and you said Link Between Worlds. I think after that, Sora.
Or Sword.
Oh, Four Swords. Okay, I couldn't really hear that. So Minish Cap and Four Swords.
Both. Link Between Worlds and Four Sword.
Okay. Those are some. Those are.
Is it Skyward Sword?
Minish Cap. Between Worlds. Skyward Sword.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I see.
That's a very interesting handful of Zelda games, Sora. Like I don't.
You do not often see the 2 Toon games, but not Wind Waker.
Yeah, or in anyone's top 5 in general, to be honest. Like, I feel like a lot of people overhated the DS Zeldas when they first came out because for one reason or another. But like,
Yeah.
I honestly never hated them, but I honestly didn't. I wasn't like in love with them. Like, I definitely enjoyed them all on my first playthrough, and playing through the one again last year on stream was fun. I did pick up the other one on the eShop, so I will stream that eventually. Because I will say, like, I like Linebeck as a character a lot, and he really moves, like, Phantom Hourglass really high up. I think as a game, I think I remember enjoying Spirit Tracks better. For one reason or another. I just don't remember why. Maybe it's because Spirit Tracks did a different thing, whereas Phantom Hourglass just felt like worse Wind Waker gameplay-wise. What? Bro, this lag is insane. I'm so sick of it.
Double kill.
This lag doesn't
Yeah,
make any
eventually,
sense. But honestly, I think Minish Cap is a very underrated Zelda game, but I feel like a lot of people mention that as one of their top Zelda games, depending on what their age group is. Minish Cap's great. I love a really good 2D Zelda game. And Minish Cap is, well, it's one of the only ones it feels like nowadays, but it is definitely one of the best in my opinion. Probably my 3rd favorite 2D Zelda game. You know, Night Sword just rolled over me.
I think Minish Cap was my first. Minish Cap was my first, like, actual video game ever, I think.
Wow.
It was my first. Well, no, that's not true. That's not true because I just say that because it was my first Game Boy game, tied with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Another good one.
And
Game Boy Advance had a lot of bangers.
oh, and Pokemon Emerald. I think I got all 3. I think I got all 3 of those games at the same time.
Some of the
on the same
best.
birthday that I got the Game Boy one.
Some of the best of the Game Boy Advance had to offer. God dang it!
Sure. And the reason I say that is because the Game Boy wasn't my first console, but the PS1, which was my first console, I was so young that like pretty much all I played were like
Oh god!
crappy Disney ripoff games. You know?
Oh my
that
god!
parents bought me,
No,
'cause they didn't
dude!
know what a video game was at the time.
I had 5 seconds left, and then it just freaking
yeah.
disconnected me.
Minish Cap was my first Zelda, and well, that sucks. Yeah, it was my first Zelda and probably one of my first actual video games that wasn't just like a cash grab.
Dang.
I think the only like decent games that I had on the PlayStation 1 were the Spyro trilogy and the Crash games.
Gotcha.
Actually, there's a fourth game to the Spyro trilogy, but like no one talks about it.
It's so good. They're such like well-made games.
It's like another one of those things where like people talk about the Banjo-Kazooie games a lot, but no one ever talks about the one on the Game Boy Advance. What the heck is happening to the internet? Like, I don't get it. I got disconnected at literally the last 5 seconds
See
of
if
the
we can
match.
try and join.
I'm just trying to create a room.
Did we win? I did.
I think...
Try
I
and join
think-
us because we hit play again.
What the frick? The software was closed because an error has occurred. Well, the error is you suck, Nintendo. And watch them blame that on me.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna hit you with the man hammer. Okay, Ice, while we wait for this
Probably gonna
nonsense,
happen.
Ice, what are your 5 Zelda games? You don't have to put them in any particular order, because I feel like that's
I
a
have to
bit big of
think.
a task.
I have to think. Twilight Princess has to be in there. Ocarina has to be in there. The match is starting, but I'll try and think about it.
I didn't even get into a match.
Oh, Spirit Tracks has to be in there.
So Spirit Tracks, Twilight Princess, Ocarina.
I accidentally clicked play again.
I'm not even able to launch the game. What is happening?
I liked Link Between Worlds, but I don't know if it's top 5. Skyward Sword's definitely not top 5.
What the heck is happening to the game?
I don't want to say I don't think Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom are either top 5 either.
I mean,
I've either twice.
I wouldn't put them up there personally. Like, they're good
They
games,
could be
but
though.
they're good games, but they're not like, to me, for Zelda, they're definitely not top 5 material in any capacity. And even then, I'd probably just lump them
I
together.
could see myself putting them in top 5.
I could.
but
I feel like the Zelda library.
I feel like I'm forgetting a big one.
My God.
I don't know about Minish Cap. It's definitely, you know, I played it growing up. It's got a special place in my heart, but I don't know about top 5.
I think that's that shows some maturity to not place your first Zelda game in the top 5. If you can realize that, you know, I love it, but I don't think I top 5 love it.
Well, okay, 2 things. Yeah, 2 things. First of all, I was so young that I don't remember it all that well. Well, I do because I've looked up gameplay for it since then.
Right.
And you know, it's a nice nostalgia trip, but I don't know if it's like a super well put together game, you know.
That's a fair point. I will say from my perspective.
Now Ocarina, that game I grew up with. Like I played that game in high school, and those are the years I remember.
I always feel like my opinion of Ocarina of Time.
And on top of that, it's just a really good game.
I always felt like my opinion of Ocarina of Time was always kind of jaded because it was my first Zelda game. Because it was my introduction to the franchise, and I feel like in terms of jumping into the series, Ocarina is probably a really good spot to do it because the story gives you so much of the game's lore, and it's the first time they really hit a lot of lore, so it's like
Nice.
it's a really good opening spot. Man, I finally got the freaking game to put me in the lobby.
It definitely is. It's just
So your top 5, you
I
said
don't know. People say like blinded by nostalgia and all that,
Right.
but Ocarina was like my 3rd or 4th Zelda game, and I still think it's objectively one of the best ones.
it's very good, I think. I haven't ever actually played the 3DS
Like
remake.
it
though.
was
I wanna try
definitely
that.
not my first. I played Minish Cap first. I played Spirit Tracks first. I think I even played Wind Waker first. No, that's not true. I didn't play Wind Waker first. I think I played Twilight Princess first because I played. Nice, easy dub. Yeah, because I played Twilight Princess before the remake, before they remade it, and I
Right.
didn't get Ocarina until they remade it. So
Gotcha.
I think I did play Twilight Princess first.
Oh my god. What happens? My frames.
So yeah, that would make Ocarina my number 4.
Okay, so you have
Alright, we'll drop
Ocarina.
out so that we can join.
Your Ocarina, Twilight Princess.
Ocarina, Twilight Princess, Spirit Tracks. Trying to think.
I feel like for me, like my first 3 are always really clear, and then after that it starts getting hazy. What?
Yeah.
Hi, Aelin. She's meowing. I don't know if she's hungry or just.
I don't want to say Link Between Worlds. I would definitely put Minish Cap before Link Between. Well, no, Link Between Worlds is very solid.
I feel like a lot of people
don't know.
place Link Between Worlds in their top 5 and stuff in Zelda's. So I would understand, but for me, it's one I don't share the opinion of. Maybe it's because I played it in a weird place in my life. It never really did it for me, even for a 2D Zelda game.
I felt like it was just Link to the Past, but good.
I think there's some charm that the original Link to the Past
I
has.
didn't really enjoy Link to the Past. I think it's got a charm to it, but I just don't think it's all there gameplay wise.
That's fair. I mean, I can completely
I didn't find it
understand.
that fun. And to be fair, I didn't beat it, but I feel like not beating it is part of a sign that I didn't enjoy it.
I mean, that's fair as well.
But it wasn't like torture. It was just like I was just sitting there and like for like half the game I kept thinking to myself, really? People consider this the best Zelda?
I feel like Link to the Past
You know?
is definitely a nostalgia blinding one, but if you're also one of the people who prefers the top-down Zelda style, I can understand and respect putting that there because it was one of, like, compared to say Zelda 1, like it really was a massive departure from that. Like
Yeah.
it was a
boundary pusher, yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the second biggest parts of Zelda lore was really kind of established and made in Link to the Past. So, like,
But then it immediately got shattered. It immediately got overshadowed
by Ocarina of Time, yeah.
which is one of the most groundbreaking video games of all time.
True. It's like it's
And
definitely
that's not even an
overshadowed.
overstatement.
I feel like
Majora. Why? Of course. Majora.
I was wondering if you'd think of that. So it's Spirit Tracks, Ocarina, Majora, Twilight, and what was the other one you said?
I still haven't. I guess Minish Cap.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you had already said one. My brain was not remembering.
Yeah. Let's just go with Minish Cap because I'm just thinking over all the other Zelda games I've played, and I'm just like, no, like Breath of the Wild, Skyward Sword, Link Between Worlds. It's just they're all just like, no, that's not top 5 material, you know.
That's fair. I feel like if I had to
Like Breath of the Wild is a good game. Link Between Worlds is an underrated game, but I don't think they're top 5 material. I think I have gotten more enjoyment in my life out of Minish Cap.
That's honestly very respectable too. I can appreciate that decision because Minish Cap is a solid game. I think if I was to do,
And I just don't have the nostalgic connection to Phantom Hourglass that I do with Spirit Tracks.
that's
Like Spirit Tracks will always be 10 times the game that Phantom Hourglass is to me, just because I grew up with it.
That's fair. And I think honestly, gameplay wise, I enjoy Spirit Tracks better than Phantom Hourglass. I think, even if I like the characters
Spirit Tracks
better.
will always have the best Zelda in the franchise.
Oh well, that's fair.
In all of Zelda, it has the best Zelda.
I can respect that opinion because this Zelda actually is out there doing something. Like the Zelda of Spirit Tracks is the Zelda that Tears of the Kingdom Zelda wishes she had been, in my opinion. It's like, look, I don't think I was wanting a co-op Legend of Zelda, and I don't think I was necessarily thinking we were gonna get like Zelda is like a gameplay component. But honestly, those ideas would have been way better than what we got.
At all.
It would have been way better than what we ended up getting, which was Breath of the Wild 2. And I say that, like, you know, before, like, the funny thing is, like, no one gives Majora's Mask that same, like, that stigma, like, because it literally was Ocarina 2 in a sense, but, like, there's a difference.
But it was so much more though.
Well, and it was done.
Not Ocarina 2 at all.
And it was done in like what, a year's development time, which is why all the assets were reused. Whereas Tears of the Kingdom had freaking at least four, maybe even to 4 to 5 years in the oven, and that's what came out. The same thing, almost. Like Majora's Mask got a whole new overworld, like a whole new world in general. Side quests, villains, all this stuff, new, entirely different types of enemies. All that stuff in like a year's time, basically. Tears of the Kingdom...
Tears of the Kingdom has most of that.
Right, but it freaking felt like it did accomplish so much less with so much more time, is what I'm saying. Clearly the time went into the gameplay, which was just adding that freaking vehicle thing. To be fair, they also said the game was basically done a year before launch, but they spent the last year fine-tuning it, making sure there was no bugs and all that stuff, so there was no massive day one patch. So basically the game was probably done a year ago.
Nice.
So I'm like, okay, that at the very least, I appreciate that level of transparency, but like, I still feel like...
I appreciate the transparency, and I appreciate it in general, just for them not wanting to do a day one patch.
Right. I mean, I think it still had one.
Day one patches.
I think it still had one, obviously, because they always do. But like, I don't think it was like anything
super noticeable.
Yeah, because I would have heard about it. People had a debate if the day one patch was so integral to the gameplay that like it was broken without it, like Brilliant Diamond, for example.
Yeah, like every Pokemon game in the last decade.
Yeah, every Pokemon game where they could actually patch out their problems. Well, they're taking everything else. Might as well take everything else. I think if I was to put my own top 5, like, I always am a little unsure of the very end of my Zelda top 5, but, like, I think it's not a surprise to anyone that Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda, so that's easily the top 5 for me. But I think a lot of that is like a lot of.
It's not my favorite, but I think it's very solid.
It's a lot of sentimentality because I really love young Link as like my favorite Link. So him getting his whole own game, and you do a lot of really cool things in Majora's Mask. So like, and like I liked the side quests element of it, the more. I guess in a sense human nature that Link had, because it was one of the only Zelda games for a while where Link really bonded with a lot of characters and was involved in a lot of people's lives and fixing everything. Link literally fixed, obviously. Go ahead.
You go.
I say like Link's always saving the world and stuff, but it's not very often that you see Link save the entire world on a actual personal problem level like he does in Majora's Mask. I think that was one of the major reasons why I like it, both gameplay-wise and just the fact that it's not just about the dungeons. There's all this cool little stuff in between, even be it plot stuff or side quest stuff. There was just a lot to it. Like the only travesty I think that thing is that it's too short.
It's one of the biggest reasons why Link is why I hate that Link is a silent protagonist. Because you know how I feel about silent protagonists.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and Majora's Mask is like my biggest weapon in Link's case, because oh my god, just imagine if he had a personality. And what that personality would be like. Imagine writing a character where they're like in the Groundhog Day situation, right?
Yeah.
But they're a child.
Right. Especially not a child that's already saved the world.
Yeah, imagine like a kid who has been an adult already, right? And
God,
now
that's
he's
already a
basically
mess.
in purgatory. And yeah, and now he's basically more like he has more worldly wisdom than anyone else in the entire world around him. And he's just like, he knows everyone inside out, and he's died 1,000 times, and he's watched everyone else die 1,000 times.
Right, exactly. I feel like it's not a perfect representation, but a great way to experience what Link might have been like if he wasn't a silent protagonist. The Majora's Mask manga is fantastic. It's so short,
all the
like the game.
All the Zelda mangas are really good.
But like Majora's Mask, well, that's probably some bias, but like they really did a good job of like making Keifi way more interesting and important in the. It's always how I said his name. I don't actually know how you pronounce his name.
I've always heard Kaifei.
Kaifei, that does make more sense than Keifi.
But I like Kaifei now.
I always
Keifei's
thought
great.
I always thought as a kid, why does this dude have a girl's name? Because that's how I'm like, well, I'm the one who's mispronouncing it, but like my parents didn't know what the heck it was, so they couldn't correct me on it. But like and he was already one of the most well fleshed out side characters in Majora's Mask. So the fact that they fleshed him out even more, made him integral to Link's like plot, was really cool. Like freaking, he shows up there at the clock tower to help Link against the Skull Kid before Link basically tells him to back off. I've got this. I'm like, dude, that's honestly really cool. I was inside the Booyah Bomb. That was not fun.
When the child says back off, I got this for the world-ending threat.
It's also really cool when you think about it because he's also an adult trapped in the body of a child, whereas Link is a child who has lived in the body of an adult. It's like the parallels are really cool with those two.
That is very cool, yeah.
It's a shame that, you know, I feel like, you know, it was because limited by the
It's a shame
time.
that he's blank slate Toon in games.
I feel like, though, for what they were limited with, they did some things with Link's... Like, Link in that game, and I think they hadn't done it for a while as well, except for a Toon Link, that's a completely different thing. Majora's Mask Link's body language was really on point. He would do a lot of different things where it's like, you couldn't tell what he was thinking or saying, but, like, his body language gave you a really good idea. Like, there's just, like, the simple thing where, like... you know the part where Link saves Makar from drowning, but then he still dies anyway. And Link's the one who makes his grave for him, and when the cutscene's over, Link's the one at his grave praying and giving him his last respects. Even though there's no dialogue, I felt like it said a lot with just... No, really! If you look up the part where, like, Makar is, like, playing his last ballad as he basically fades away into a ghost or whatever... Like, Link makes a grave out of his guitar at the beach, which is where you get the controls for Zora Link. And Link's there kind of bowing, like kind of leaning over it like he's praying over the grave. Like, Link made the grave, and then he prayed over it. I'm like,
okay.
He doesn't speak,
Yeah.
but it's like those little things. I felt like they did a lot with that and gave young Link a lot more personality.
I'm following you now. I got really thrown off for a minute there because I thought you said Makar instead of Macau, and I was like, "What the fuck are we talking about?"
I definitely said Makar by mistake. Whoops. all
Okay.
I can say is whoops on that one.
I was like, "When the fuck does Makar die?"
Sorry, but like, there's
like, wait, car.
It's like there's like a couple of different things I just feel like they do with Link, despite being silent, that try to show off his emotions and stuff. Like, not very many.
What? We were talking about some like spin-off manga.
That would be so. I mean, I always used to think as a kid the sages died because I'm like, bro, they just turned into ghosts the next time you see them.
They did die, didn't they?
I felt like. I think that's why I thought, like, Medley and Makar were basically gonna die, because, like, all the sages from Ocarina were dead, almost. Honestly, some of them were, like, ambiguous, because you just never see them until they're sages. Like, Impa? Like, who the heck knows if Impa was dead or just became a sage? Darunia? Oh, for sure, Darunia died hardcore. He was eaten by the dragon.
Sure. Yeah, okay. 07's for Darunia. You know, I feel like so many of them are confirmed to be dead that it's like at that point, it's like they just die. You know,
like
they're all dead.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure Rudo is dead. I don't know. I think like the jury's out on Saria, honestly, or Saria.
So I think
my
headcanon was always that Saria went into the forest temple and got murdered by the monsters.
That's actually really dark. I'm thinking like because the boss is Phantom Ganon. Like what grudge does Phantom Ganon have against a random Kokiri girl? But I guess he wouldn't need one just to slaughter innocent people. So who the heck knows?
That's true.
I just felt like Saria's was so ambiguous, I felt like. Rauru, who the heck knows? Because no one knew who Rauru was before or after, so...
Yeah. Raru's probably died.
Also, Gerudo Girl, 100% dead. I'm pretty sure.
Noboru, yeah.
Noboru, yeah, I forgot her name. Oh, I failed.
They're all 100% dead in my mind, except for like Impa and Raru.
Like,
You just don't really get any.
like Impa's like Impa's just not confirmed, but this, and then like for me, Saria was never confirmed for hardcore. For
Well,
sure.
the thing is, right, is that they say that she, like all the Kokiri villagers say that she went to the forest temple to help out. And it's like, and then you go to the forest temple and she's nowhere to be seen. So it's like,
Right.
You know, as soon as I saw the Poe sisters, like in the beginning, I was like, she's fucking dead.
Dude, that's so sad. It's like it's so sad to think about it because it's like I never really entertained the idea that she was brutally murdered, and then it's like you make me think of it now and it's just making me sad. Like,
Yeah.
bruh,
I was sad as a kid because I was like, you know, when I was playing, I was like 12, 13 when I played Ocarina for the first time.
Dude,
I was like, holy shit. Characters are dropping left and right.
I know, like dude, Saria was like one of.
You know what? I think I like straight up cried when Gerudo went to fight Volvagia.
Oh, dude.
Like when he was like free the Gorons. I got this. I was like, he's gonna die, dude.
Yeah. Bro, it's like, I feel like the sages are also good. Like, Link's engaged to one of them. Like, as a kid, I thought Saria was, like, was one of the cooler characters. And, like, I think I definitely had probably a kid crush on her because I was definitely, like, that same age. And then, like, I mean, it's like I did like Rudo at first, and then by the time she's an adult, I'm like, oh, wow, I kind of feel bad now.
I think I had a kid crush on Adult Rudo.
Adult
Having
Rudo? Well, you played the 3DS remake, so I'm sure she looked a lot different than the polygon.
Oh,
version.
dude, her polygons were so fun.
Oh my god. But like, yes, like, and isn't it interesting how a lot of those sages from Ocarina of Time have way more memorable standing than like most of the champions from freaking Breath of the Wild?
Yeah.
You know, bar Mifa. Mifa's like the massive exception because she's literally Rudo too. Like, I mean, like, let's be honest, she's like Rudo too, but like,
yeah,
Rudo with just a
True,
better
but she's a-
personality.
Yeah, she has a huge personality downgrade, if you ask me.
Oh, a downgrade to Rudo or downgrade to?
I think so.
Oh, that's fair.
I liked Rudo's sass a lot more than Mifa's shy ooh girlness.
That's very fair. To be honest, like when I was a kid, I just found Rudo to be like massively annoying. So that's like
That's fair.
So like because that's how I was exposed to her when I was young. It's the same thing of like people who hate Navi because they were annoyed by her as a kid versus people who enjoy Navi as an adult, read into the character and listen to the gameplay mechanic.
Oops, I think I accidentally hit stop.
Uh-oh. You're still here for
Yeah,
me.
I definitely.
think. Oh
I
no!
definitely hit stop.
Oh no, we're gonna miss you for one match.
I think my Joy-Con was drifting because I hit A immediately, but it just drifted over to stop.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Like definitely
Anyway, the reason I said Adult Rudo in particular is because I also thought she was annoying as a kid, but then like after the time skip, I was like, hold on, she got cool. Like she's actually doing things now.
She did get cool, to be honest. But I think because as a kid, I was still blinded by how annoying she was, honestly.
Yeah.
But like, it's hard to remember how you felt about something like that back then.
Yeah, it is.
It's hard to remember your thoughts because, but like I just assumed that. And then honestly, they did a really good job with Adult Rudo and doubling down on her personality in Hyrule Warriors. Granted, it's not canon, but they did. It was a good representation of her character. And Darunia, because I think Darunia was in Hyrule Warriors as well. Oh yeah, he was. For sure.
And he
they
just had like a giant hammer.
They like honestly, Hyrule Warriors did such a good job with literally every character they used. I feel like they didn't really do a bad job with anyone that was reused.
It's weird, right? Because it's one of those like cringy, like, you know, oh, the characters from all the timelines are converging.
Yeah,
thing,
it's a cringy fanfic
like,
thing, but like it plays so well.
It's like a Marvel movie.
The
but,
freaking
like, they actually were faithful to all the characters.
exactly. Even the freaking King of Red Lions showed up for the thing, and like, and Tetra. They were both well in character with each other in these stupid
And
environments
Tingle.
that made no sense. Yeah, and well, I don't think Tingle had story presence though. So, but Tingle's personality shone through very well. I don't think we're gonna get the match because it's been almost 120 seconds and nothing has happened.
All right. If you
I didn't.
don't, then let me back in.
I didn't even. I will. I didn't even finish the list. I think the next game that would probably put on there. Again, outside of Majora's Mask, there's no particular order I have because it's really hard. It's like picking
Outside of Majora's Mask.
It's like picking your favorite child. Well, for me, picking the favorite's easy, but like picking all the rest is harder.
Oh, you know what? I just thought of something.
What?
I think I'm gonna replace Minish Cap with Wind Waker, because
I was wondering if you were how you felt about that. Because
yeah, I don't know why I have such a massive blind spot for these games that I like a lot.
Dude,
but
you mentioned
when
Wind
I
Waker
think about
several
it, it's
times
like-
too.
Yeah, I think about it and I'm like, you know, Minish Cap was a great childhood experience, but looking back on it, it's a pretty flawed game. Whereas I actually think Wind Waker is a really solid game.
That's a very good point. A lot of people I knew growing up, and that actually just leads into the thing. Wind Waker is... There we go. It crashed. After 3 minutes of waiting, it finally crashed. Wind Waker is definitely in my top 5. It was basically I think my third Zelda game I experienced, I think. And it was one of the major reasons that my family ever got a GameCube. Like, my dad would toy around with me ages about getting a GameCube because I wanted to play Smash Brothers Melee. And, like, he would just always tease me about it all the time. But where it was never on the table discussion until Wind Waker came out. And then we dropped everything and got the GameCube. But, like... So I have a lot of good memories for it. A lot of people hated it because they wanted to move more into a Twilight direction after Ocarina.
Yeah.
So a lot of people did not like the... I'm going to switch to the 52. I've used the sword enough today. I'm just kind of brain dead not using it right.
I don't know. It's really tough. It's really hard for me to pick between Wind Waker and Minish Cap because Minish Cap is very special to me, and Wind Waker is too, but it's definitely less special to me.
And Wind Waker is just a better executed product for sure. Like I feel like the color shell shading stuff. I have a new lobby sword, by the way.
I will say this: my favorite piece of music in the entire franchise is in Wind Waker.
Fair point. Wait, what did you say, Sora?
I was gonna head off.
Oh,
Oh, you
okay.
guys sleep?
No problems then, Sora. Have a good night, then. What's Splatoon all about? Is this like Counter-Strike? I haven't played Counter-Strike to know, Jan, honestly. It's a shooter. I don't really know. It's like a territory capture shooter. It's like... It's not about killing your opponent or baiting them into submission. It's about who covers the most of the map. But to be fair, beating them into submission kind of comes along with covering the map.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like...
It is about beating them into
You
submission.
sit in for a minute and watch, you'll probably kind of get an idea. But like Wind Waker, I feel like it stands the test of time really well. Like its art style ages beautifully because it's just it's well put together. Gameplay wise, it's great. It's got a lot of nostalgia for me. Does it have a story mode? It does have a story mode, and it's actually a pretty good one. I haven't played it myself. I've watched my sister play it. I was probably gonna play it on stream eventually, but I haven't gotten around to it.
Zelda has so much good music. I feel like it's hard to pick a favorite.
Wind Waker's soundtrack is
I
fantastic.
Favorite.
Is it the Mulgara theme?
It's the main menu theme.
Oh, well that's actually a beautiful theme too.
It's a masterpiece, dude.
It's definitely
Makes
probably
pride
the most
of the time.
memorable Zelda title screen themes ever. Honestly, Ocarina, Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess have the best opening themes to me. Like
Ocarina's is good too, but the thing is, it's not thematic enough for me, right?
No, that's fair. To me, Ocarina is just
when I
nostalgia.
completed Wind Waker, and the way I played Wind Waker, right? It was the only game I was playing at the time, so I would just boot up my system, you know, put it in sleep mode, go to bed, wake up the next morning, boot it up again. I wouldn't go back to the main menu, you know?
That's cool.
So I played through the game, you know, you hear Medley's song, you hear Makar's song.
Yeah, the
And then I
Winds
got
Gods
to the
lyric.
end of the game, and it would go to back to the menu theme, and I heard them again with the context, and I was like, holy shit.
It's like it's such a really good theme. Like it's easily
so
probably of the three I listed, it's definitely the best of the three menus. Obviously, Ocarina has like a more of a nostalgic feel for me of its menu theme. It's like I hear it and I just feel like I'm transported back to when I was a kid.
Very nice.
Whereas, and then Twilight Princesses, it's just a beautifully orchestrated song. And then the fact that that on the main menu, the song ends with Wolf Link howling it out, it just feels really nice use of that. Like the opening gives me chills sometimes because of just how good the music sounds.
I love the wolf songs in Twilight Princess too.
They're so good.
They're all so good. And I know that not like 6 out of the 7 are just callbacks, but still.
Right. I mean, I didn't really think much about that.
Really well done.
And it makes sense that they're callbacks because the one that's teaching them to you is Ocarina Link. And that's canonically true.
I didn't get the references as a kid either because Twilight Princess was like my third Zelda game.
That's fair.
I
didn't really get them.
Or Majora.
I didn't get them all either as a kid, but like I understand. Oh, I couldn't really go anywhere there. No cranberry today.
That was just a total shutdown.
Yeah.
And now I listen back and I'm like, oh, Song of Healing! Song of Healing! You know, it's like,
right.
It activates my neurons so much.
It's such a good thing too because it's like it just really doubles down on the tragedy that's young Link. Also, to be fair, I know you were saying about the fact that there's no narrative for Link, which makes him suffer, but like technically, young Link does get narrative in Twilight Princess because he does speak and he does talk about himself and his personal like reflections of being the hero.
Character development.
It's definitely not what you meant at all. But I didn't. No. It does technically exist.
It's kind of sad that that's the only way they feel willing to give Link a character.
True, and it's because young Link is honestly one of the most tragic heroes of the Links. Like he's got probably the worst rap of them all. It's rough being young Link. And I love the fact that like he's the only Link to not only not anymore. He was one of the only Links ever canonically not appeared just once, but also twice. But technically 3 times now because of his appearance as the Shade in Twilight Princess. So for the longest time, young Link was considered the most powerful of the Links because he taught the most powerful Link, which was Twilight Link. Meaning he was just better than Twilight Link.
And now, the newest Link is the most powerful Link.
He's the most freaking insane of them for sure.
He's like he's the only Link where I would have to think for a second on who would win if he was up against Goku.
There's enough crazy nonsense. To be fair, I guess he canonically loses to Cloud. So I mean, I saw the death battle. I'm like, man, I didn't.
That's not canon.
No, I know it's not canon. They gave him all his freaking runes and whatnot. Freaking his Ultra Hand would be some crazy nonsense, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yo, did you see that?
Fist bumps.
That was sweet.
Wait, why did that happen?
It's just like a thing they added this season, but like the criteria for it happening is that you and the person you fist bump have to basically be the dominating players in the match, which means apparently you and me did really well.
Dang, okay.
It's apparently tied to those gold medals we get. If you and the other player on your team gets the most gold medals in the whole match, I think it triggers. But that's the first time it's ever happened to me, which is actually really cool. Me and my sister have been trying to get it in casual play forever. That was the first time it happened. Oh, I say working is stuck in the
right
air.
after Sora leaves.
Oh. Well, we had to beat down strawberry people to do it, so I'm like. I just as time goes on, most people grow out of some of their earlier childhood media favorites. Young Link, as time goes on, I just love him more and more. So it's like he's one of those characters that to me.
Wait, I have to help me out real quick.
Like whenever they acknowledge him or do something with him, it's just great. Like I absolutely love him and freaking Hyrule Warriors. He's so cool, and the fact that they changed Young Link's playstyle to fight like the Fierce Deity because he transforms into it is so freaking cool. I really wish that freaking Smash Bros. Ultimate took an ounce of his coolness from Hyrule Warriors and put that into his design in that game. I would have loved a Fierce Deity Final Smash for Young Link.
You know
but
what
instead,
I wanted?
What?
I was saying this before Smash even came out, and to be fair, they did Ganondorf already, you know. But
yeah,
I really wanted to see Warriors Ganondorf.
that would have been pretty cool. Honestly,
I think he's just one of the raddest Ganondorfs we've had in a while.
yo, I do love Warriors Ganondorf is probably the second best design, I think, for Ganondorf, I think. Because for me, I kind of have a soft spot for the Warlock Ganon of Ocarina. But I just think his outfit is so cool.
Yeah.
You love young
And
boys!
honestly, I like that they used I like that they used a good Ganondorf instead of just the newest Ganondorf.
True.
That was very nice.
I also love the
I wish
fact
they'd done the same for Link, but whatever.
I also love the fact
We
that
have
his
3 Links, so it's fine.
I also love the fact that his Dorias sword, they took it from the freaking victory menu of Melee and just actually made it a part of
Yeah,
his
and
character.
the tech demo for the tech demo that
Yeah,
that
I love
became
that.
Twilight Princess.
I love that.
Even though he doesn't use that sword in that game.
No. I love those bits. It's so good. Like, I just really love the designs for the Ocarina. I mean, honestly, it's like Ocarina of Zelda is probably one of the weaker Zelda designs, but I do like it.
I think there are a lot of good Zeldas out there, to be honest. I don't understand why people like Zelda so much in most of them.
Dude, so many people love Twilight Princess Zelda despite the fact that she does nothing in that game at all.
Yeah, she does
Except-
nothing. She
Except
she doesn't really have a personality.
No, not really.
Like I'm like the meme of like, why would you want this when you can have this? And I'm pointing at this out.
Medna was a fantastic character, and honestly leads to the other thing. The third game on my list is easily Twilight Princess, for a lot of good points. Like I got
is the best companion ever, and it's just it's a cold take, but it's true. I have to say it's true.
honestly, Twilight Princess was definitely one of the best story Zeldas ever. I feel like it kind of had like the
And plot means a lot.
When
The
it-
story is underrated.
when it came out, I always used to think it had a lot of, at the time, it felt like it had Lord of the Rings vibes to it, and it was such a cool thing to think about of it. Because, I mean, obviously it wasn't like a Lord of the Rings level experience, but like it had the kind of vibes that the world was setting up. Because it kind of almost felt like Mordon kind of felt similar homey to like the Shire or something like that. It's like it really fleshed out Link's humble beginnings really well. And I'm dead.
I agree.
And then
my Joy-Con or my freaking joystick decided it didn't want to work with me anymore, and it threw me off the stage.
do you need to change controllers, or do you,
I only have one controller.
Oh. Bro, I'm over here thinking with my freaking 2 or 3 Pro controllers and 4 sets of Joy-Cons, I'm like, do you need something else? I'll give you some of mine.
That was so 44, 46. I feel like we lost because of my joystick.
We was very close, though.
It was so close. If I had fallen off the stage, I could have turned it around.
I feel like I've said a lot of good things, too, in the past about Twilight Princess, but it deserves it. It's a good game.
It
Like,
does.
there's not a whole lot I have to... Like, honestly, of some of the Zelda games I've listed, I think it had some of the weaker puzzle experiences, but...
It's weird how
not a
Zelda
bad
had a
one.
history of... Yeah, not bad. It's weird how Zelda has a history of having really good games come out of really bad circumstances.
Yes.
Because Twilight Princess was basically, like, we already discussed Majora's Mask, which is probably the biggest example. But
Right.
Twilight Princess wasn't too different in that it was basically conceived out of the fandom's disappointment in Wind Waker.
Right.
You know, it was basically like, oh god, they hated it. We have to make something they like.
And I'll never forgive
And then
Miyamoto.
they did.
And I'll never forgive Miyamoto from robbing us of Twilight Princess 2 for the Zapper game. I'll never forgive Miyamoto for that.
He robbed it. Did he promise Twilight Princess 2?
Well, the team wanted to make another Zelda game. The team in Miyamoto, they wanted to make another Zelda game because they had put so much work into the Twilight Princess world. They wanted to explore it more, and they were going to make another Zelda game based off of that world, whether or not it was a direct sequel or whatnot. But then Miyamoto wanted to do a like an N-Zapper game or whatever, like a Wii Zapper game for the thing. And
He
basically,
just
he wanted to do that. And basically, he said they have to make the tech demo for the Zapper game, and if the focus group doesn't like it, then they can make their Twilight Princess sequel. And the focus group liked it, so then it never happened. Granted, there should have been no reason why it couldn't have still happened anyway, but Miyamoto decided that's it, it's over. So I'll never forgive him for that. Maybe one day we'll get a Twilight Princess 2, but probably not with the way they've been milking
Probably not.
Breath of the Wild.
I don't know if I said this earlier when we were talking about the Zelda manga stuff, but the only Zelda manga I've actually read all the way through was Twilight Princess.
I didn't even know it was fully finished. I read it up to a current release in English, and I'm like, dude, this is so cool. And the way that they did Link's background for him being the reason why there's no Gerudo Desert is really a cool design, a cool idea that would never pass in a real Zelda game. But the fact that Link basically screwed over the Gerudo population by opening the Fused Shadow is a really good idea. And really, it shows that they had so much more material to work with in Twilight Princess because of how much more story elements that game had. It's just really good.
It feels like it had. I don't want to say because like I don't know anything for sure. So yeah, I don't see the future, and also there's the whole thing with Breath of the Wild where it's like Tears of the Kingdom kind of feels like it was made for money and not for passion or whatever.
Yes.
But I don't know. I feel like Twilight Princess had a world that could have made itself pretty well.
I think it would have too, for sure.
It just sounds like when they say, like, when I think of Nintendo saying we want to expand the world of Twilight Princess, and we have, good ideas of what to put in the sequel, I believe them.
Right.
Whereas for Tears of the Kingdom, if they were to tell me, oh yeah, we totally think that this world deserves a third game, I would be like, cap.
Cap, stop the cap! Now, I honestly believe that the Zelda lead, I always forget the name of the Zelda team lead. Like, it's not Enuma, I don't think. It's something that sounds similar to it. But, like, I can't remember his name, but I know who he is. And I honestly believe him when he said that back when they were making Breath of the Wild's DLC, he literally said they had so many ideas for DLC that they just thought, let's just make another game instead. Which is probably why Tears of the Kingdom feels like a glorified DLC of Breath of the Wild 2, because that's kind of the concept of where it came from. They're like, what? So it's like, and it shows in a bad way, in my opinion. Like, I get that some people think it's like the greatest video game thing since sliced bread. They can think that. I just don't agree. I'm not gonna say they're wrong. I'm just gonna say we have different tastes, and I can't convince other people.
We are not the same.
We are not the same. Exactly.
Throw it over here.
We've got some strawberry milk. He needs some milk. I'm dead.
Got the strawberry Slurpee.
Oh man, that was such a long launch.
What, the launch of Tears of the Kingdom?
No, I meant like launching from the respawn.
Yeah,
Let's
I know.
see.
No.
My next choice on my Zelda top 5.
Welcome to the Cum Zone.
That's exactly. The next spot I'd put on the list, and I'm probably gonna kind of cheat a little bit with how I'm gonna do it, but I feel like these games feel like they're a single thing. The Oracle games for me. Oracle of Ages and Seasons, to me, is in my top 5 for sure. And I put them together because they were designed as a extended experience that back in the time, you couldn't do that on a Game Boy cartridge. Mm-hmm. So, in my mind, I consider Oracle of Ages and Seasons one collective game because they are meant to be played and linked together. and like, in my opinion, it's some of it took the beautiful art style of its time of like Link's Awakening, and just really cranked it up to 11 and did so much fun stuff. It had a lot of good supporting characters. It had a lot of it had some pretty unique stories because each one had a different plot. They had a different story surrounding it. Because there was a lot of characters that felt at their time for a Game Boy game very fleshed out, and I want to play them on stream again sometime to show people who probably don't know enough about the Oracle games because they're fantastic. I'll probably stream them whenever they come to Nintendo Switch Online because they're supposed to be coming to the Game Boy Color series. But like,
or you could wait for the remake.
If they did a remake, I wouldn't be surprised. But like, I don't know. Honestly, I feel like the only reason we got Link's Awakening remake is probably because they were designing it for the 3DS and they didn't want to scrap the project, but they didn't want to release it on dying hardware. That's my personal belief. Which is why we randomly got it out of left field. Like, I'm thinking out here, who asked for Link's Awakening to be remade? I'm like, it's not saying it doesn't need one. Honestly, I wouldn't mind it in that style. I'd be happy if we just got it. I don't know if there's some kind of legality because Capcom helped to make it, but they also did the same with Minish Cap. So Capcom makes some really freaking good 2D Zelda games. Like, they were so ambitious, they were gonna make a third one. It was gonna be like Power, Wisdom, Courage, but I think they ran out of time and they scrapped dungeon elements of one of them and put them into and combined two themes into one. I think they combined the Oracle of Ages or Oracle of Seasons and whatever one that the third one was going to be into one game. That's what I heard. But like, imagine being so ambitious. Capcom's like, bro, let's make 3. Because apparently Capcom, what I heard, was originally commissioned by Nintendo, or not commissioned, but, you know, contracted by Nintendo to make a remake of Zelda 1 on the Game Boy Color. Kind of like a Link's Awakening would have been like. And I'm like, and then they just decided, can we just make a new game instead? And I guess they did. But like, that's how it started. They were gonna be in charge of a Zelda 1 remake that never happened. I think elements of it were gonna be put into one of those games, which is why I think Oracle of Seasons has so many Zelda 1 bosses in it, because it was probably left over from the remake stage. But like, honestly, Oracle of Ages and Seasons together, again, has a lot of what I like out of Zelda games. Like a lot of the major reasons why I like Majora's Mask, but like I said, like the side characters, the side quests, and all the character development of said side characters, like they did in Majora's Mask. The Oracle games had a lot of that, especially if you linked it. Like, there was one girl that had like some major crush on Link in Oracle of Seasons, and if you link up, she shows up in Oracle of Ages to help Link do... I can't remember what it was. It does something to help him out. And it's like, I just love little things like that. These characters came back and followed Link from another land to help him out in a completely different place. And it's like, the references are different depending on which game you play first. I think that's actually really cool.
Only I like
Oh my god, I fell for the trap. So, like, and honestly, I think in terms of the 2D Zeldas, I wouldn't say they peaked with it, but, like, for the simple style they did, they completely knocked it out of the park. And I would have loved more 2D Zeldas like that. We didn't get very many more. I think Minish Cap was probably the last traditional one we had. But, like, I love the Oracle games a lot for that. Because they just had a lot of what I like out of Zelda, and a lot of what Zelda lacks nowadays. So it's like... I honestly I don't know what I would possibly say for my 5th one, because I feel like...
That's a W.
Ooh, well, they hit... What? They hit the base! Oh, bro. I'm upset.
Whatever, dude.
I think that it's gonna be hard for me to say my last one. Like,
Yeah,
well,
for me too.
because, like, part of me wants to say Spirit Tracks, but I don't have a huge connection with that game.
I'm forgetting. What's your list so far? I know Majora, Twilight,
Wind Waker,
Oracle.
and the Wind Waker. It's like those are.
Oh, come on, Ocarina.
Like, honestly, I feel like as time aged, I feel like I don't like Ocarina as much. Like, I feel like if I was going to pick one, Ocarina might be the easiest one to fill that in. But I'm trying to think of what other Zelda games are out there that might actually be worthy of that spot. I think I just like Majora's Mask so much more that it overshadows Ocarina, but honestly, like...
I don't know, I think they're different enough.
I mean, I think I agree. I might have to also say Ocarina, because I really don't know if there's another Zelda game that I feel super passionately about that would justify putting over it. Like, I feel like of the top 5, Ocarina is probably easily at the bottom. Not because it's bad, but just because it's like, it was like the foundation for a lot of it, so it's like there for respect that's like... Honestly, I think I'm mostly thinking of just overall thoughts. Like, Ocarina's dungeon design is honestly really good and aged really well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of the biggest Zelda games in that scheme of things, because I think it might have the most dungeons in a Zelda game. Like, Skyward Sword, it has some good moments, but I don't think Skyward Sword can really crack top 5. It might be 6, I don't know. I don't dislike Skyward Sword. I just think Skyward Sword's flaws are bigger than some other Zelda games' flaws, even if its highs are really actually good. Like, I don't dislike Skyward Sword. Like, I like its story, I like its characters, at least the ones that it focuses on anyway. And it's a good bit of fun.
That's funny, because the only character I like in Skyward Sword is one that it doesn't focus on. That's Bruce.
I honestly, considering the fact that Bruce gets a character arc, I would say they quote-unquote focus on him for the terms of a Zelda game standards. But,
I guess.
But, like, just on that technicality. I was considering him someone that they...
he gets an arc, but he's only in, like, 3 of the game's, like, 10 chapters.
True, I feel like he had...
You want to divide them up that way.
That's fair, but he does... I do like his character arc, and it's like... like, Impa's is okay. Like, the reveal that the old lady is Impa at the end is actually kind of cool. And the fact that if you know to look for it, the reference is there from the very beginning of the game. You'll just never know to look for it.
Yeah, but also it's an old lady in a Zelda game.
That's fair.
Like, I knew it was Impa from the beginning.
I was probably for sure it was Impa until we saw young Impa, and then I was very confused. Like, I don't think Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom, I think, is good enough for me as a Zelda game to be top 5. It's still a commendable game, but I feel like it's not a commendable Zelda game. And I know that's not original argument on that game, but it does sum up my thoughts well. Another game that might be top 5 material that maybe might push out Ocarina of Time, possibly Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening, I really do have a good memory with in my heart, and I think it's a very solid, like, 2D Zelda. Obviously, it's basically just the prelude to, like, the Oracle games, which I also really, really love with a passion. But, like, goodness, I don't know how I'm doing these dodges. It keeps going back and forth.
I hate this Joy-Con, man. It's just a joystick. I keep calling for that, even though it's not a Joy-Con.
It's the worst part of the Joy-Con.
It's not even a Joy-Con, it's a broken Joy-Con.
Oh. Bro,
yeah, I threw my Joy-Cons out years ago.
You don't have any Joy-Cons at all?
Oh, they're gone, dude. They drifted so bad I threw them in the trash.
Dang. It's a shame you couldn't have saved them to get a free refund from Nintendo. I mean, I've had at least...
They would refund me in more Joy-Cons, which would then break.
I've sent them in a couple of different times. I think I've sent like 2 pairs in before. And the ones that have come back have never really had problems. But if you don't,
I don't want Joy-Cons when I can pick up a broken Joy-Con.
That's very fair, very valid.
Like, hey guys, you know the controller design that you've been using for like more than 2 decades?
Let's keep doing that.
Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's a reason it's stuck around so long. It's because it works.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know. It always felt uncomfortable to me to be carrying two halves of a controller instead of a controller.
I mean, I mostly keep them for handheld.
I could deal with it if the joysticks weren't horrible.
Fair point.
Like the worst joysticks ever created for a hardware, for a piece of hardware.
I like them for handheld though. Like, but honestly, unless I'm playing a casual game, I'll play with Joy-Cons like on handheld. It's no big deal. But let's say if I'm playing Splatoon on handheld, I'm that weirdo who will prop the Switch up with this kickstand and use a Pro Controller while it's in handheld mode, because I can't play this game well with Joy-Cons, be it handheld or on the little controller piece. I can't do it. I'll say this, as weird as this is gonna sound, and I had done it, I'm more comfortable playing Splatoon with a GameCube controller than I am with the Joy-Cons. And I have I have Switch GameCube controllers, and it's the biggest problem with the GameCube controller playing it on Splatoon is just the fact that you've associated your fingers to go to these spots for these buttons, and on a GameCube controller they are completely not that. So it's a disadvantage, but it's not one you can't overcome. Like, obviously, like, you don't use the A button for much in Splatoon as you would say the B button, but like, obviously on a GameCube controller the A button is the prime real estate, so hitting X and Y are kind of difficult. But it's not impossible. Bro, oh yeah, you didn't get disconnected from as many matches as I do. Say, how the heck are you champion and I'm not? But I can't think of a whole lot of other Zelda games.
I think I played like 2 matches that you did.
The Hyrule Warriors games are also pretty good. Like, I don't know if I really fair to consider them Zelda games, and even if I did, like,
you can. I wouldn't put them though.
I don't think they'd crack top 5. If they did, it's only because of the Zelda games that make them up that make them good. Like, I like a lot of the gameplay from the main Hyrule Warriors, like from the Switch one. I'm not a huge fan of Age of Calamity. That felt like a massive missed opportunity. Just to continue further dividing the Zelda timeline.
I realize, I realize now that there are 3 games set in the Breath of the Wild world. I just forgot that Age of Calamity existed. Right,
that was more so like Zelda team gave them their blessing to make it. But honestly, the idea of having, like, the Age of Calamity, the war on Ganon, be a Warriors game, thematically makes a lot of sense. It's just a shame that that was weird. It's a shame that it kind of falls apart story-wise because of the fact that it does a parallel universe thing. I do like the fact that it continues Prince Sidon's arc among all 3 games, and it feels cohesive, though, so I'll give it that. It's heartbreaking to watch Prince Sidon come back to the past to save his sister, only to know he has to go back to the future where she's still dead, and he still feels like a failure because she's gone. And I'm like, and that kind of comes, it obviously doesn't canonically shine through because it's not technically 100% sure that it happened, so it's like, if you were to pretend it was canon, it feels consistent with how he is towards his fiancée in Tears of the Kingdom, and I think that's a really good thing. It's like, it just further adds to the idea that Prince Sidon is a fantastic character, and he's amazingly well written among all 3 games. He feels consistent and good. And one of my favorite parts, like, I do like the fact that there was those emotional bits with the champions and their descendants, or whatever. But honestly, Mipha and Sidon is the only one that I actually cared about, because that's the only one that was actually written well. I just love that so much. It's so sad. I like it when the games make me feel things, especially sad.
Me too. I like it when the games make me feel things.
Yeah, if the video game can make me feel sad, it's a really well done video game. And honestly, a Zelda game doing that is even bigger feat, even if it is Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom stuff with Age of Calamity. Like, I don't remember a whole lot about hears about Age of Calamity, but I do remember that that was one of my favorite parts of it. But I don't know if I would necessarily consider any of those games top 5 Zelda material. But they are really fun to play. I personally enjoyed the first one better than the second one. But, you know, for the Warriors games, I mean, not the Breath of the Wild stuff.
Jesse, we have to aim.
I'm trying. I'm like my instincts are taking over on this.
No, we got it.
But I think I guess though the top contenders for the last spot in my Zelda list is probably a toss-up between Link's Awakening or Ocarina of Time. I don't have enough nostalgia or great appreciation for Links to the Past to put it up there. I think I've said before how much I dislike Link Between Worlds, so that's definitely not even a contender for me.
What do you hate about it?
I don't know, there's something about the game that, I think story, like, it was one of the first times a Zelda game had a story that was so predictable that I was actually frustrated. I completely predicted the entire thing. And I wasn't a huge fan of the dungeon designs. Like, yeah, the ability to go into the walls is cool. I always would forget about it, though. But it felt like rehashes of classic dungeons with new puzzle twists on them. But, like, they all felt boring, and I really hated the freaking Ravio gameplay stuff. The fact that you had to buy your items and rent them, and if you died, you lost them.
I agree. I think it takes a bit out of the dungeons. I don't know. It's weird, because the dungeon item formula, I've always thought it was really predictable, but then when it's gone, it makes
doesn't
the dungeons feel worse.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's one of the major reasons why I dislike a lot of the Breath of the Wild dungeons, because there's no basically flavor of the day type of thing, you know? It's like, yeah, some
Which
people...
you would expect to be the companions, but no.
Right,
they don't do anything in the dungeons.
That's what I mean. They barely do anything even outside the dungeons, really. It's like...
What they should have done, here's how you make Tears of the Kingdom a perfect game. Instead of just companions, well, first of all, you design the dungeons around the companions, right?
Rather than...
And then, instead of, you know, what they are, which is just kind of like an A button prompt, right? You just make the companions Majora's masks. You just make them something that you switch to and can fully control.
Right? That would have been so good. Link did... Like, imagine if Link honestly got the power, like, through their Sage Stones to actually, say, become them and play them for a moment or something.
Well, I mean, then the JoJo stand power would actually have a point.
Right. Like, imagine Link actually, uses Sidon's power from the Sage Stone and maybe becomes the Shade instead of commanding the Shade. I mean, I get it.
I would still much rather than just not have the Shade at all and just join you normally.
Well, that would be great too, but like, it still doesn't fix the fact that like 3 out of 4 of them are actually completely useless outside of combat. Tulin's the only one that has any real practical outside of battle use.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess maybe you could make a point for Yonobo because he's literally the cannon of your weird contraptions, but he's not a very good cannon.
Well, he can also break rocks, which is very nice.
That's true, but it's like Riju does nothing.
Well, Riju can also break rocks, but not very well.
I didn't know that. And
yeah,
then,
if you strike a rock with a lightning bolt, it'll break.
Okay, and I guess, but then again, Sidon's is mostly a thing based to combat. Like the other ability, other than making waves of water, is giving you a.
But Sidon's can clear away muck.
Right, but muck is basically a non-issue after the dungeon.
Yeah, I know.
There's also the fact that, like, the only other thing that his water ability does, it gives you a water shield for 1 hit. But, like, that's another combat-based thing that Sidon is really mostly only used for combat. I mean, unless you can use the bubble to avoid fall damage, maybe.
Massive missed opportunity. Ready?
What?
So, you know how Tulin's ability lets you navigate through the air?
Yes.
Why the fuck does Sidon's ability not involve swimming through water?
That's what I was kind of thinking. Like, what?
And here's the thing, right? They have it programmed in already because in Breath of the Wild, you could swim on Sidon's back.
Right.
So when it was leading up to, you know, the water temple, I was like 100% positive that that was going to be his ability. They would just port over the swimming from Breath of the Wild.
Or imagine just giving Link, like Sidon's blessing or whatever, gives Link the ability to swim like Sidon for a small amount of time. Like, could you imagine if Link could swim like a Zora from like Majora's Mask in Breath of the Wild, even if for like maybe 10 seconds? That would be amazing.
No, but yeah, it's like that's what we've wanted for so long. But like Zelda, how do I put this? Zora swimming in Zelda is like Waluigi in Smash. They know we want it, so they're never gonna do it.
Right.
Like, we've been asking for Zora swimming to come back for so long.
And you know what they did? They nerfed it in the 3DS game because it was too good that they had to restrict it. I mean, honestly, the restriction is very minor, but the fact that they went out of their way to nerf it is bad. Though I heard if you play it, like, say, on an emulator, there's actually a mod to patch that out, which, thank God for modders. If I ever, the next time I want to stream Majora's Mask, I definitely want to stream the 3DS version, and I definitely want to probably do it modded. Honestly,
Nintendo's slogan: "You can have fun when we say you have fun."
I was mentioning it earlier, but like one thing that the 3DS Majora's Mask added, that's like I don't consider the 3DS version too much, but like the 3DS version thought, you know what? Majora's Mask doesn't have enough side character missions, so let's add a couple more. And they did! Like, they added, I can only really think of like one or two, but they added a whole extra side mission with like the troop leader, the guy that gets drunk in the bar. There's one where you kind of have to cure him with a hangover with the milk that his brothers make him that cures hangovers or whatever, basically. Then you get lore on the three brothers, and it's like...
We just lost that last second.
I know. But, like, it's not necessary, but I like the attention to giving them a little bit more character when they didn't even necessarily need it, but more doesn't hurt, and I liked that.
Shut the fuck up, Deku.
I hate his pose. It's so sassy. I hate it.
It's so Deku. Yeah. That's pretty cool. It's just... I don't know. I wish they hadn't nerfed the swimming. And the Deku. They nerfed, like, all the masks, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. You know also what I really hate? I don't dislike the Koroks. They're adorable and funny, but why did we have to lose the entire Deku race? Like, they've been gone for so long. Like...
We haven't seen them since Majora.
Well, they did appear, in, the Four Swords Adventures, which is another potential contender for number 5. But, like, because it's a great multiplayer fun if you have the right people for it. It's a great multiplayer Zelda.
I guess they were in Minish Cap, too, I guess.
Oh, they were in Minish Cap, yeah. They were in Minish Cap. They were also in, the Oracle games, but that's around the same time Majora's Mask came out. I don't know what came out first, so... But the Deku were a massive thing, but it's like, as soon as the Koroks were introduced, like, the Deku were like, bye. They got rid of them. Like, to the point where the Octoroks on the land are not, are a thing. You don't have Deku Scrubs, you just have land Octoroks. And it bothers me. I'm like, why aren't these Deku Scrubs?
We don't have Deku Nuts, we have Dazzle Fruits.
Dude, I was saying, I don't know if I had said that on stream, that's what I was saying. Why are these just not Deku Nuts? They're literally the same purpose.
I don't know, it's very strange.
It's like
they brought back bomb flowers and it made my neurons go brr.
Oh, dude, I love.
So why didn't they do that for Deku Nuts?
Dude, seeing that and likes in the first stream were some great parts of the first stream.
Likes were cool. I pogged for the likes.
Dude, the likes always pog. Yeah, they're not. I don't like this design better than say the 64 versions because they don't feel gross enough. If that makes sense.
Like, you know what? You know why they feel I disagree, and it's specifically because of the noise they make.
Oh, well, that
is one of the most vile sounds I've ever heard.
I
wouldn't go that far, but it's a pretty gross noise.
I challenge you to go back and look up the sound effects for the likes in the 64 games, and while they're probably not as bad, they are disturbed in that game too. Good.
No, I remember, and in fact, they're probably worse. It's just I'm surprised, you know, that in a modern Zelda game they made an enemy hit.
Dude, yeah.
Know, it's
Zuckerberg.
It's surprising because in you know, back in the 64 games you know, surprised me pretty easily, whereas they don't really do that.
Seeing Zelda game, Tears of the Kingdom bring back more enemies though was so good, especially classic ones.
Nice, yeah.
Seeing likes and Gibdos, even if I'm not 100% sure I prefer the new Gibdos over old ones, I do enjoy the fact that they remembered them and brought more back. You know, okay, I was about to say, you know, they really should have brought back Lizithos, and I forgot Lizithos are already in the game. But they're so drastically different than the Lizithos of the rest of the series, I forgot. Maybe Dynaphos they could have brought back. There was like the really rare Lizithos cousin that was mostly seen. They're like only seen in 2 places ever in Zelda. Mini bosses for Young Link and Majora's Mask in like 2 places, I think. And Ganon's Tower in Ocarina of Time. And they were just super Lizithos. And they were cool. And instead of Lizithos having like swords, they had axes. They were terrifying. And unlike regular Lizithos, they breathed fire, I think. Granted, Lizithos could just do that in Tears of the Kingdom.
You know what? Oh shoot. Yeah, but they could have just reskinned them and called them Dynaphos.
Oh yeah, because Lizithos are like chameleons. Dynaphos could have been something completely different, but played a similar way, because that seems to be the idea of all the combat in that game.
There are still some really, really beloved Zelda enemies that I'm shocked aren't in Tears of the Kingdom. Just because they had such a hard on for bringing back classic Zelda enemies. You know?
Which ones are you thinking of? Maybe I just didn't think of them right off.
One I'm really thinking of is the Darknut.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
My favorites.
Like
if they really wanted to, they could even go for Iron Knuckle, but I understand if they would prefer Darknut.
I mean, like, you could have them coincide together, because they're both very similar enemies. Especially, dude, could you imagine if because they existed, Link could actually use real axes in the game? That'd be kind of cool. Just have a freaking Iron Knuckle axe.
That would be cool.
Dude, just being able to, because like one of Breath of the Wild's big combat focuses on is the weapon versus weapon fighting, because like traditional monsters don't really fight like monsters. Like most of them you get are likes, choo-choos, Keese, and they don't. But most of the enemies in the game fight like traditional weapon fighting. So like having Darknuts and Iron Knuckles would, as like say boss area things, would be super cool, because you know it'd be like the similar kind of imposing force of like a Lionel. Like you'd have to master your parrying, your quick times to get through. Like, you know, obviously you can't roll around the back, but say maybe to get through Darknut and Iron Knuckle armor, you have to actually parry or quick dodge, and be a requirement to be able to fight them. You know, it would make fighting them, you know, it'd be like a really imposing type of enemy.
It's true. It's the optimal thing to do in any fight, anyways. Though, so
like
I can kind of get your fill of parrying and flurry rushing.
I can get why it'd probably be hard to include them, because where would you include them, and what type of being would be inside that would fight against Link in this world? I mean, oh, you know what? Never mind. The Yiga clan would be perfect candidates for Darknuts and Iron Knuckles. I was just about to say.
I didn't even think of that. I was just gonna say make them monsters.
I was just about to say who would be inside of the suits, and I'm like, the Yiga. They're the only human entity that are against Link, because like Darknuts have always had like different things inside. Like Wind Waker had like those horse type enemies or jackals, whatever they were.
They're dogs.
Dogs. Okay, they kind of had
they were like wolf. They were like bipedal wolf creatures.
Right.
Pretty cool, and they were also, that was like one of the few times when Darknuts were like, when you could actually see that they were monsters. Because sometimes they like to imply that they're just like people, which is kind of weird. Like in Ocarina of Time, I think they were trying to imply that the Iron Knuckle was just a dude and not a monster.
Right.
At least that was my impression.
Well, I think the
look,
iron...
Iron.
The iron... What? Iron?
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. I mean, technically, iron... I mean, depending on... like, I don't know what their continuity is in Majora's Mask, but to be fair, it's Majora's Mask. You're just kind of reusing models, so I don't look too much deeply into it for the lore to reuse assets. But in Ocarina of Time, the Dark Knight were Gerudo. They were Gerudos inside that Kubi and Kotek had brainwashed.
Yeah.
So, which is like Noburu's whole thing.
I mean, that's never really confirmed that the other Iron Knuckles were, but we know that at the very least in the lore it is, so it's pretty obvious.
That's fair. It's like,
easy.
you know, it's like where there's smoke, there's fire type of thing. Like you, and I mean, sure,
But
they're...
I kind of thought, like, you know, I like that explanation more, but I don't know, as a kid, I just kind of thought that the Dark Nuts were willing.
right.
Like they were Naruto that actually didn't want to kill you, and that Nibiru was just the only one that was brainwashed.
Right. That would make sense, because it could be a faction of Ganondorf's loyal followers that, like, loyal Gerudo that still serve him even when he's, like, gone evil, whereas most of the Gerudo wash their hands of him, but, like, it would make sense for them to be a fraction of Gerudo that would serve him. Kind of like how a fraction of the...
Well, in
Sheik-
Ocarina, quite a few Gerudo served him.
Oh, right. I like the fact that was one thing they touched a little bit on in Tears of the Kingdom, is that Ganondorf was the leader of the Gerudo, and the Gerudo served him in that game, and they were, like, not all good people in that.
Yeah.
I just kind of wish we got more of that, not less.
It's just that, yeah, they were, like, evil in the past, and, like, the current time of the game is, like, their redemption arc.
Yeah, they're like, no, we hate this guy. Also, I guess I could have thought about this, because I did, like, a similar take for what a Dark Knight or Iron Knuckle could be in a different medium. And I just kind of thought of the idea of just ghost armor. Like, say, you fight through the armor, and then you attack, like, some kind of, I don't know, like, ghost-like thing on the inside or something like that. Like, then you can just have a Dark Nuts be anywhere in the overworld, because then a suit of armor just comes to life and tries to kill you. But then say you destroy the armor, and then there's nothing holding it together anymore. It just dies. Traditional Staphos would have been cool too, rather than just skeleton versions of the other enemies, though.
Yeah. Another one that I really, and like this totally plays into your idea of like monsters that actually fight like monsters instead of deep bipeded swords.
Right.
I really miss the Dodongo.
Dude, I can't believe there wasn't Dodongos. Like, they were like some of the most iconic Zelda enemies too, as well. Like,
They really
Bombs
were,
of
and then they just
Dodongos.
fell off so hard.
right, I can't remember the last time a Zelda game has actually had a Dodongo. I mean, it really wasn't Majora's Mask, was it? I don't know.
I want to say it was. I can't think of another one, Dodongo, since...
I feel like the essence of Dodongo lives on because they still have the boss enemies and enemies that suck in bombs and then die. You know, to be fair, they're definitely not Dodongos, but I feel like those monsters in the depths of Hyrule and Tears of the Kingdom have a lot of Dodongo energy about them. They're not...
I don't know what those things are.
They have a name, I just can't remember what it is.
Man.
I had 10
Why didn't
kills
they-
that match.
Why did they just make those things King Dodongos?
That would have been way smarter. But they play kind of like a Kingdom.
It's like, I get that it feels like nostalgia pandering or whatever to ask for that, but like...
Oh, I know why we
Zelda
won
needs
so
more
well.
continuity.
Okay, no, my mistake. The last time a Dodongo, even if it's not a mainline game, the last time Dodongo was there was Hyrule Warriors. King Dodongo was a major boss. I mean, I get not full, but you know, it's this thing where like Hyrule Warriors gives more representation to the series than Tears of the Kingdom feels like it does, or Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
There were so many enemy types in freaking, even if they were just models ripped out, like, you know what? There was a lot of pretty unique, well, maybe not a lot of unique, but there was some unique enemies that were made in Twilight Princess too that never got saw again. Like I don't know. Yeah, what? I don't remember what they were. Those really Bokoblins? No, because there was bokoblins were like those creepy old lady enemies that had sticks.
Yeah, they had the goblins.
But then you had like the freaking orc people that
Yeah, the
oh,
Bulblins.
I always thought they were pronounced bubblins, so that's why I called them.
No, the L comes before the second P.
See,
It's Bulbin.
I lived my whole life and no one ever corrected me, so I just kept. I always called the dude King Bublin. I just thought it sounded funny. I didn't realize that.
Funny.
I didn't realize that was his whole race of people, though.
He be bubbling.
He's got the same kind of energy that the king I forgot what they were called. Bokoblins. They have the same energy that the King Bokoblins have. The King Bokoblins was a nice new enemy. That was actually kind of like one of the only times Tears of the Kingdom made a new enemy, I feel like, rather than a rehash of an old one. Or
Arrokuda.
Oh, right.
New, although I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be.
Oh, dude, you know what that reminds me of? That would have been a really sick enemy to have in Tears of the Kingdom?
The Aralfos.
Yes, yes.
I love the Aralfos. And it's you only fight it twice in the entire franchise.
Dude, that's why Hyrule Warriors did a great job of making them a major mid-boss in that game, though.
Oh, okay.
Because
I didn't think about Hyrule Warriors.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, Hyrule Warriors did a good thing of making them a more common enemy, because they're way too much fun to fight to not have them around more. They would have been, honestly, but then again, Tears of the Kingdom really needed a hook shot. I just want the hook shot. Like, almost every other major Zelda item is there in some way or another, except the hook shot.
We want the hook shot.
Bro, like, you could have had some interesting... Imagine, like, Link being able to use, like, double hook shots or whatever, and kind of just grapple through Hyrule. Kind of like Spider-Man, almost. Like, imagine him using that momentum and flying around everywhere. That would be really cool.
He doesn't even need to. Here's what he needs, right? Just make it one of the arm abilities. Because remember how much everyone fogged when the bombs came back?
Imagine if end of Link's freaking hand could just turn into a hook shot, and he could just throw it around.
It's the springy arm.
Yeah, kind of like the ability in this game, like the Splatoon thing.
Yeah, the sticky man.
Yeah. It could have been hook shot-esque, and you could have fought things like aerial foes. I always used to say it that way.
Instead of just sticking an eyeball on the end of an arrow and shooting right now.
They had the what are they called? The Frostfos, I think is what they were called. Like, I know a lot of the puns was that Foes or Fos was the end of most enemies' name. There was one that was like the ones that were just made completely of ice, with the javelins and Twilight Princess.
Oh yeah.
It's literally
I don't know
just
what the heck those things were.
I think they're like Ice Fos or Chill Fos or something like that. I can't remember what. I always thought their name was stupid though.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
Twilight Princess, I think had one of the best Dark Nuts in the series too, though. It was really good. Like, that's what I mean. I feel like nowadays, because of the fact that the Zelda games are open world, they don't have like encounters with enemies like that don't have the same weight that they did in other games, where like seeing those types of enemies was a massive like threat, whereas in Breath of the Wild, you'll see those enemies everywhere.
And Tears of the Kingdom and Leox aren't even that fun to fight.
Yeah. And man, imagine...
It's just like, oh shit, guess I better go do something else.
I mean,
all.
I have to give Breath of the Wild some props for the fact that they rebranded and made the Lynels super cool. Like, the Lynels are a major success for their enemy design. Like the Lynels are great. It makes me wonder what it'd be like to fight a Lynel in a more traditional Zelda game, because that would be really cool. Like, cause Lynels had never been a 3D enemy until Breath of the Wild.
A Zelda game where your weapons don't freaking break.
Well, that too. Like, the Lynel could be...
Going through a Lynel is more of a challenge and less of a test of durability.
Right.
It's just like, well, do you have 5 swords on you? No, then you're not going to win.
See, that's another thing I'm not a huge fan of about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because of the way that the game is built. Like, you could just bypass all your problems by having one really good weapon with a really good fusion on it. Like the Bigoron sword and the Dawn Blade or whatever Ganondorf's Twilight Princess sword is called. Like those weapons, if you put like say like those like enemy boss cores or like a Talus Heart on them, those things have massive durability and they're so powerful. You can just cheese any fight, and that's what I don't like about it because like. I get that like you can pull off some crazy things with when you can scale weapons to have certain attack power, but like it takes out some levels of the balancing and challenges when your weapons, like say in other Zelda games, had like a set amount, and you had like one weapon for most of the game, and then you get like the luxurious Master Sword most of the time, which doubles your power and stuff, and it felt like the fights were more balanced, and it's like. Sure, you'd have boss fights that had 3 phases and whatnot, but like, it was rather than it being like enemies or just bullet sponges because you don't have a good enough weapon. Yeah. I guess the argument is just get a better weapon, but it's like, but then it just feels like that's an element of grinding that a Zelda game should not have. I love how it's just I'm like, ugh.
All right, this is gonna be a nasty battle because they have 2 people with the symbol above their names.
Oh,
but we have a Japanese person. It's anyone's battle.
Who will come out on top?
2 players with prestige markings that we don't know what they mean or do, or 1 Japanese.
Oh god, I'm already blitzed. I think. Oh, they have a Japanese person in their team too, so we might be.
Oh, cool.
I think.
Squid back.
I think.
Squid party.
I think the prestige mark means they have fought. They have fought in a times 333 battle and won. I think that's what that means. So it means they've been in a lot of times whatever battles. They've been playing a lot. I think that's what that means. I'm pretty sure. So my sister looked it up at one point. I fell down!
I fell down with her.
Honestly,
in the trenches.
All this talk just really makes me want to play some other Zelda games that aren't here.
Did you notice that we've been talking about Zelda for like 3 hours?
I think it's been more like an hour, but it definitely feels like 3 hours.
I don't know. We've been talking about Zelda since like almost the start of the stream.
I'll give an hour and a half. I think it was like a little bit before, like a little bit to a decent bit before Sora left. I don't exactly remember when Sora bailed out.
Okay. Well,
but still, a lot of it.
You still never told me if you have a favorite song.
Oh man.
I know it's hard to pick. So like.
There's like, I feel like I can probably have an easier time naming a favorite song from an installment, because I feel like I think for Wind Waker, there's like Wind Waker's is got a Wind Waker may be one of the hardest Zelda games to pick a favorite for, but one song that always brings me back to it is Mulgara's theme. Which is, in case I'm pronouncing it wrong, you don't know which boss I mean. The one from Makar's dungeon, the Wind Temple, which I'll never get over the fact that Makar's the sage of the Wind Temple, and Medli's the sage of the Earth Temple, and it feels so stupid.
Is there a whole world though?
Also, like another top contender is like what you were saying, the Earth Gods lyric, which is basically also the title screen, which is that's a fantastic song.
They both are, because Medley's song and Makar's song play back and forth during the main menu.
Okay, Prestige beats Japanese, I guess.
which is just it's so good.
What was my favorite one in Majora's Mask? There's like some of the Ocarina songs are really good. Song of Healing is really good.
It's gotta be Song of Healing. Come on.
I'm trying to think.
Song of Healing is insane. It's so beautiful.
You know what? Full out Song of Healing is probably the best choice for Majora's Mask. But I was trying to remember what other songs in there. But I've also remembered all the boss songs from Majora's Mask are the same. They all have the same
Yeah.
boss theme.
Yeah, and Ocarina. It uses the same boss theme as Ocarina.
Right.
Um,
Oh, another one that doesn't get talked about enough from Wind Waker, I feel like is slept on, is the mini boss theme song from Wind Waker. The mini boss theme song is a bop when it kicks in.
how about?
That's what I mean. It doesn't come up enough in discussion, and it was like I remember seeing back in the day when Brawl was coming out, and people would make up their wish lists for the soundtrack. And people put the idea of the mid-boss theme song in Smash, and I see mods do it or whatever, or edits like on videos. And I'm like, honestly, this song would have fit so well as a Smash song, and it's a shame it never happened. There's so much.
Oh, this one. Yeah, I love this. I love that song. Bum, 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 bum.
For Ocarina, I'm not 100% sure what my favorite song from Ocarina would be. Like, most of Ocarina's music doesn't stand out as much.
It's not Zelda's Lullaby, I'll tell you that much. They play that song so many times in that game, and it's not even that good.
Zora's Domain's really good. It's a great ambiance. Honestly,
Okay, how about the Warp songs?
The dungeon boss theme song is also really good. Like,
It is.
that song just... The trumpets in that... Wait, actually, no, that's Majora's Mask. I'm thinking of, like... But, wait.
It's the same song.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I feel like I never really paid enough attention to it. I'm always paying attention to the fight less than the music. Maybe that's why Wind Waker's
it's the same
boss...
song every time.
That's probably why Wind Waker's boss theme stuck out so much to me, because they were the first Zelda game to really get bosses that have their own themes rather than sharing one theme song.
And you know what? I'm glad they still have that in Tears of the Kingdom.
True.
Because then we wouldn't have the Dragon Roost Island motif in Colgary's song, and that fucking sucks.
I need to hear that. I need to listen to that song again sometime soon.
It's like the only boss theme that I particularly
From Breath of the Wild, since I'm on this one, I don't want to forget it. It's the song of the battle against La Ruta, the divine beast. The divine beast when you fight it with Sidon. That song was like one of the first of Breath of the Wild that truly stuck out to me.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
That sequence was so good because I finally was like, wait a second, this is a Zelda game. Like, you know?
Yes.
It felt, because Breath of the Wild is like, you know, it's fun, it sucks the amazing, but like...
It doesn't have that...
It feels like Skyrim, you know?
Yeah, so when it has that Zelda feel out of nowhere, it's fantastic. It's like
that sequence like made me feel like I was playing like Twilight Princess again.
Right? That's what I mean.
Epic.
Zelda's music is so powerful. That's why I was honestly kind of bummed out the most of Breath of the Wild's music was ambiance sounds, because I'm like,
yeah.
I get you're building your world, but you're not encapsulating me in it, I guess is the word I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Twilight Princess. There's a couple of good ones, like Medla's Lament. Oh, wait, you said the Sage songs. I've kind of gone back and forth on them because they're all really good. I think for the longest time, Bolero of Fire was my favorite, and then at times the Serenade of Water and the Shadow Temple one. I don't remember. Nocturne of Shadow. Those came up over time as some of my favorites.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do
Nocturne of Shadow. I haven't heard it in a while, but some full covers of it are just really good. Twilight Princess, I think it'd probably be Medla's Lament. It's probably the easy one to pick there. But
it feels like a cop-out, but I almost want to say Song of Healing full cover.
No, it's good. It's a little distant.
And do you remember? Oh my gosh, do you remember the wolf cover of what is it? The Wind Waker song that they did.
I'd have to look. Oh my god.
It was the Song of Gales or the Song of Cyclones or something. I don't remember what it was called.
I'd probably have to listen to it again.
It was so good because it sounds so different.
Right?
Like, I didn't recognize it until like the very end of the song. I was like, oh, it's this one.
I love it when it does stuff like that. Also, this was a really weird paint job.
Yeah, it really was.
Dude! If I hadn't gotten knocked out at the very end of the match, I would have run back from that.
That is so extra. the freaking. Did you see the EG Zinger? Did you see his?
Dude,
his
yeah, he
victory
just
animation?
gets on the ground and cheers. He's like all
Yeah,
in.
he's literally
I love it.
like, fuck yeah!
Dude, he's got that energy. I love it.
Like he literally like I just looked at him and I pictured that voice line of Date in freaking Somnium when he
Oh,
wins
yeah.
rock paper
Oh,
scissors
right,
against
right.
Iris,
Dude.
and he goes fuck yeah.
I can see him doing that pose to the two. That's so good.
That was the same energy.
I feel like I don't remember a lot of Twilight Princess's boss themes. Like, I feel like not as many of those stand out to me.
One hits different, and that's Virus.
Yes, Virus was probably my favorite, because that's the only one that really I remember standing out. But, like,
I remember like when he's like in his attack form or whatever,
Yeah.
like when he's chained up and he's stomping after you, and it's like
Yeah.
womp 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 womp.
That's a
it's
pretty
like so
good one.
intense.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
pretty
and then you hit him in the head, and he falls over, and it starts going.
I was literally about to say, like, I don't know if I would say it as like a song, but one of my favorite music parts in Twilight Princess is whenever you have the boss on the ropes,
Yes.
and then the theme starts becoming Link's theme, and it's like it has those bits where you kind of time your strikes
Is
to
that
the
Link's
music. I don't really know if it's technically Link's theme, but I feel like it only plays when Link has the monster at a disadvantage.
Yeah,
So it's like, I
definitely.
just kind of think of it almost like it's almost like the boss theme switched over to Link being the boss instead.
Yeah.
I
Oh, that's
love
really
that.
cool.
It's a-
Actually, I wasn't thinking of it that way.
It's a great musical thing. Also, that reminded me of the other song.
It worked together really well with the Fire theme specifically.
Yes, that's the one that works the best with, I feel like. But one of the
Like, the
ones,
songs sound so similar.
the only other ones where I feel like that music bit works super well for the music is the part where you're on the freaking eel and you're stabbing it in the eye, or then you're on the back of the dragon with that music kicking in
Oh,
and
the
you're
dragon,
stabbing
yes.
it. Like, I don't remember his music very well. I don't think his music was that standoutish, but it was still good. But the other song I was thinking of for Twilight Princess I couldn't remember that was like probably one of the top ones is the Hidden Village when it's under siege from the Bokoblins.
That's so good.
The freaking old Wild West theme song with Link's in the
love
bow
that.
shooter.
And that just came out of nowhere too.
Dude, it
was so unexpected.
It's so great when you have the Hawkeye and you're just sniping them throughout the entire city. And it ends too soon. But like the best part is just taking them out like executioner style, one at a time, and none of them even know. It's so good.
There's not a single moment in the entire Zelda franchise where you feel like more of a badass.
Dude.
That's just like and it's like near the end of the game too. So
Right.
you feel like you deserve this, you know? You feel like, alright, Link's killed 1 million of these guys. He knows what he's doing now.
Right. Like Link's like this time I'm the boss.
I'm the boss. This
To be
is
fair-
my dungeon.
That was one thing I really liked about like Twilight Princess as like almost like a movie experience or like a series experience is how badass they kept making Link over and over.
And
Like to the point
And
where
the-
they even give him his saucy little finishing pose. It's like dude, so much
That
style.
was so good. Bring that back, please. Oh
Dude.
my god.
I don't care if it was cheesy as hell. I loved it. Oh my god.
It thrived in the cheese.
Dude, exactly. It's like Link over here is being cheesy, but he doesn't even know it. He just thinks he's just the coolest thing alive.
Any personality that they give Link is good.
It's so good. I love it.
And I just love it's still so iconic when I watch that scene back and see the opening part where it's just, you know, the camera is like slowly panning to past the whole town. And
Yeah.
you just hear like the Malcart come in.
And then
It's just like
and then the music just kicks in and it's like boom.
yes,
It's time.
exactly.
It's one of the best musical parts of Twilight
But
Princess.
I love that it just starts with the freaking
Gosh.
It's just so corny.
It's corny and I love it. It's like the Western motif comes out of nowhere and it's fantastic.
Yeah. It makes no sense.
Also, I don't really know if I would consider it part of the game's soundtrack because it technically doesn't actually ever play in the game. But like the very first trailer that was like the first E3 trailer for Twilight Princess. No, the very first trailer for Twilight Princess's trailer, and it exists in the original game, but not as like the intro movie. But since the Twilight HD didn't have an intro movie, it doesn't exist in that one. It's just their trailer theme, and it's like it's a beautiful orchestrated piece of music that just
I vaguely remember.
It's like you could probably look it up, and it's like it was
You
like
probably
the first time I ever saw it was like on a DVD that I got from Nintendo Power that had the trailer on it, and that's all the DVD was. Like, it was really weird when Nintendo Power did that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that just makes me think of Breath of the Wild, because I will always say this. The best song in Breath of the Wild is not even in Breath of the Wild. Because the best song in Breath of the Wild is the 2017 trailer theme.
Dude, I gotta look that up again sometime, because that's...
I'll post it. I'll post it in a second here, but... Good lord, it's so cinematic. It has all the, like, drama and action of an entire movie. And it's just one, like, 2-minute piece of music.
And it's nowhere to be found in the game.
And it's nowhere in the game.
Zelda does that so much, it feels like.
That trailer is more exciting than all of Breath of the Wild.
Another song I really like in the Zelda series, I think, and this one's like from the Game Boy, like from I think.
Okay, well, actually, I take it back because it does have the Varuda fight,
okay.
which is pretty intense. But other than that,
I remember like when I was a kid, and I played this. Like for you, like Minish Cap playing that was probably like me how I played the Oracle games as a kid, because those were the handheld ones I really remember playing the most as a kid. And one of the most emotional songs in that game was in the Ages. It was just called the Sad Theme, or the theme of sadness. And it's like, for a Game Boy Color game to have a song that invokes such a good emotion is so good. Also, a lot of those Zelda songs, dungeon songs, were pretty good. Granted, they were all like 40-second loops, but like it was a good loop. Oh no, and then for Oracle of Seasons, my favorite song, because that Ages is the theme of sadness, because you don't like basically ever hear it in Seasons, so it doesn't really count, I guess. But like Oracle of Seasons is easily the Tarm Ruins / the Lost Woods theme. That is such a good song. For a Game Boy Color game. It's so good.
It's weird how the old Zeldas randomly went off with really like...
Dude, they would pop off
obscure songs.
They popped off for the most random of things.
Because I still remember the best song in Link to the Past is Death Mountain. Like 100%.
Death Mountain's pretty good is what I remember. I don't really remember a lot of the Link to the Past soundtrack, honestly.
I just remember going to Death Mountain and be like, wait a second.
Dun 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 dun.
Why is the... Yeah, what?
Oh yeah.
No, not that one, not that one.
Oh, that's the Dark World. Whoops.
Yeah.
They sound similar, I feel like.
Yeah, they're pretty similar, but I was just like, hold on a minute. Why is the music going so hard?
Bro, I know. I love it when the composer just like completely goes off on a random song that doesn't need to.
After this game, I'll drop that one too.
Like it's like it's like how you know, like you've been in enough of the wonderful live streams to get an idea of its music. It's like it's such random kind of like cheerful, like cozy music, and then randomly going into someone's house, the music pops off like a rock ballad or something in the freaking exerciser's house or whatever. That song pops off for no reason in a game that it's in. Like what?
Oh my gosh.
It's so good.
You need to play Sonic Frontiers, man.
I need to. I do. I will.
Because I feel like that's all I need to say. But
I'll pick up Sonic Frontiers at some point soon.
That game is so... It is just the definition of, like...
Popping off.
Super mid, and then suddenly, for no reason at all, the game pops off.
Well, I heard I heard most of its soundtrack was banger, so I don't...
Yes! Yes!
And
you never see it coming, either.
I think
like
actually...
business as usual, and then it's just like... It goes completely insane. I feel like 2 or 3 of the boss themes are just like... Oh. Oh, hey. I found some friends.
Wait, what? Oh, you guys are dancing.
Yeah, we're dancing.
Dude, Freshie's gonna kill him.
No, he's cool. He's cool. He's not dancing, but he's like, I'll let you... Alright, I'll let you guys go.
I don't know what's happening here.
We're friends! Join in. Yeah, there you go.
Freshie, what are you doing? Wait, what's happening?
I'm just super jumping.
I wonder which one of us is gonna break truce. I think
It ain't gonna be me. Friends to the end.
Dude, honestly,
I don't know why they wanted to dance, but hey.
dude, it's down. We're us three are up. Us six are up here, and then down there, it's dude. Freshie, no. Freshie broke the truce.
Freshie, that was
Freshie
very...
sniped. It was a 1v1 down there, and then Freshie intervened.
To be fair though, that guy wasn't like he wasn't dancing with us.
Fair point. It was a 1v1 down there. Freshie's like, you know what? It's over.
Yeah, he's gotta help the homies.
Dude, I just needed a moment to chill out for a little bit. Oh, dude.
This is so nice. If anyone tries to interrupt, they're fucking dead. Okay.
Bro, sometimes you just gotta dance.
I want to dance.
I want to dance.
And that's the thing, right? The results screen, it doesn't even matter, because we all won.
I thought it was closer than that, to be honest. I stopped paying attention, but I thought it was a little more even.
Look at my homies. Oh, they're great. I love them. Because they're not just, like, bragging anymore, like, right? That changes the whole context of the fight. Now they're my friends.
I feel like... What was it? I think those are mostly... I was trying to think of what songs really stand out in Skyward Sword, and I don't really remember a lot that do, honestly. That really, really pop.
Yeah.
Like, it's
It's almost like Skyward Sword is super mid.
I mean, it really is. The only thing that really elevates that game is it's a pretty decent Zelda. Definitely one of the better ones. And Girahim. Girahim freaking elevates that game so high.
I honestly like Bruce more than Garrett.
Well, to be fair, yeah, Groose does a lot for the game too. But I feel like as for the most part, the villain of the game, Girahim has so much personality for a villain.
Yeah.
He really... Yeah. Like, when the villain is not someone, like, traditional, like Ganon, or even, like, a lesser traditional Zelda villain, like Vati, having someone that's new and then has something that really makes them stand out, it's just, like, it's a really good thing in their position. The fact that Girahim is never, like, gonna be a forgettable... The fact that Girahim is remembered better than the main final boss of the game says a lot about Girahim's personality.
I mean, because Demise was 11th hour, no personality. There's just nothing to it.
It's another thing too. It's like it's also kind of what Zant should have been for Twilight Princess. That's one of the big fumbles I think Twilight Princess had. Is it decided at the last second to drop Zant and pull the bait and switch and have Ganon be the final boss, despite the fact that the narrative does not support him hardly at all. Well, okay, it tries to, but
it does talk about him early on, but he doesn't.
It basically says Zant got his power to overthrow Medna from Ganondorf. That's essentially where it comes from. It would have made
Zant got his power from Ganondorf and then did everything.
Yeah, until Ganon decided, I'm taking my powers back. And then there's that scene at the end where Zant cracks his neck, Ganon dies, and not even the developers freaking know what the heck that scene's supposed to mean. Apparently,
Yeah.
I heard the story is that was put in really late in the development, and by one person in their decision, and no one knew about it to take it out, so it stayed in the game, and nobody knows what it really even signified. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I just thought it was like symbolic of Zant, like not being a villain anymore. But
I kind of did too.
The thing, the thing is, he never did anything in his life to warrant a redemption. You know,
right?
Like, he died still a villain.
Oh, for 100%. Zant was bizarre.
Why does he deserve this acknowledgement?
Dude, it's a shame for Zant that it took Hyrule
Like
Warriors.
he's freaking Burn. Like they're trying to put him on Burn's level.
Oh god, I got bombed. It's a shame
Burn
that
is Burn. Okay, Burn is peak Zelda villain. I'm just gonna say it.
Wait, Burn?
Yeah.
Who's Burn?
Spirit Tracks.
Oh, I thought his name was pronounced Brine.
No, the Y comes before the R.
Look at me and my inability to read.
Because
Okay,
all the
yes.
Locomo's names are Zelda puns. Or Zelda puns, what am I saying? They're frame puns.
Oh, well that makes a lot more sense.
You have Engine, you have Rail, you have
I was thinking Brine because of like Wind Waker theme, like the sea, even though it's not like technically Wind Waker, like it's the art style. That's what my brain was thinking. I also just no, he was a really good villain, and he had a really cool
Burn was everything Zant was trying to be.
Right, and it's like it's a
He
shame.
was actually so intimidating.
Yeah,
Like that dude meant business, and you could tell by looking at him.
dude, his design was simple, but it told you everything you needed to know. Where Zant's was over dramatic, and basically, to be fair, that's on par with Zant. Zant's an over dramatic villain, and that literally comes across. And it's a shame it took Hyrule Warriors to solidify Zant's personality because the game didn't do it.
Yeah.
But honestly,
Zant's fight is just wacky nonsense. And
I do love that though. It stands out. You remember it.
It's nice.
Oh my god.
Do you remember how Burn's theme goes?
I feel like I remember it being really good, but I don't remember the theme very well.
Because that's the thing, right? He has a fight theme, and then he has like a redemption theme, and then he has a death theme, right? And they're all the exact same tune. They're just slightly changed in emotion, and
I
it
love
works
that.
so well.
I love it when
Because like
they do
it's always all three of his songs go dun 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 dun, like it's that exact sequence of notes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they change it to make it frantic, they make it heroic, and they make it sad, and it
Right.
works so well all three times.
Exactly, and I love it when they do that with themes and stuff like that. It's always
It's so good.
It really solidifies what it means to be
Now I
a
have to
theme.
post his too. Damn it! I'm gonna be dropping so many Zelda songs.
Dude, I haven't had this much Zelda fun in a little while. I don't think I talked about it as much during the Splatfest, though. Maybe I did. The Splatfest, I really... I know a lot of people really hated that tri-battle, but I had so much fun on that tri-battle stage. Like, it was unbelievable how much fun I had in that Splatfest. Easily the most fun I think I might have had in any Splatfest, which is really bizarre.
Mm-hmm. It was a good one.
Also, I was thinking about this
Thanks
the
in
other
part two.
One thing I realized, I think it was after one of the conversations we had in one of the Tears of the Kingdom streams, I realized something. And even if you consider this however you consider where this Ganondorf falls in the timeline, if he even does it all, if you think about it, there has only been 2 Ganondorfs in Zelda history. This new one, and then Ocarina Ganon, because then Ocarina Ganon grows up into both Wind Waker Ganon and Twilight Ganon. So he's all 3 of those Ganons are the same Ganondorf.
Hyrule Warriors Ganon, though?
The Hyrule Warriors Ganon, I don't really know because he's a non-canon entity anyway. So
Yeah.
he could be from anything. So I guess technically there'd be 3 if it's considered canon, but it's not.
No, it's not.
But like, I wouldn't know where to. I don't have enough information on that Ganon to be able to tell. But like, the fact that I didn't think about it too much that Wind Waker Ganon, Ocarina Ganon, and Twilight Ganon are literally all the same person. I never really thought about it before.
Yeah. No, yeah, they totally are.
And it's like, their origin point is Ocarina Ganon, the young gun, the guy, the Ganondorf that got wind way over his head, but honestly had the most success out of all the Ganondorfs, weirdly enough. He peaked in high school, basically.
And then he fell off.
Dude, he really did. In one timeline, he falls off into the Sacred Realm and then didn't show up till Wind Waker, breaks out, and well, technically the king flooded Hyrule, but, you know, Ganon. And then...
Oh, dude.
And then, no, you're fine. And then the other Ganondorf, Twilight Ganon is literally the Ganon that Link ratted out and got executed because he knew the future. Which I'm like, who the heck knows how the king believed Link?
He literally called an emergency meeting
He did?
and said, vote black, trust me.
Ganondorf's like, what the? And then he gets executed. He's like, bro, I didn't even do anything yet. It's like in the freaking.
Yeah.
It's like in the freaking.
Yeah, he typed into the Among Us chat, I didn't do anything. I didn't kill anyone yet. And then Link responds,
yes. and that's it. I love that though. And the thing
everyone has voted.
And the funny thing is, like, narratively, it's cool because it's like each of those Ganons are both the same person, but because their experiences were different, like Wind Waker Ganon was in prison for who knows how many hundreds of years, and then Twilight Ganon was executed. They both had completely different outlooks on their own personality, and like how Wind Waker Ganon was so like deep and ultra inspectful because he spent so much of his life in prison, and he had a lot of retrospect moments. He was still evil and crazy, but like he was a lot more deep spoken and thought provoking. Whereas freaking Twilight Ganon was literally just like he seemed like a war hungry madman because he hadn't taken over anything yet. Yeah. That was his first heist of Hyrule, pretty much. But I think, like, I never thought too much about it, but it's a really interesting way for the same character, because their experiences were different, even though they are the same person, how differently they were formed by it, even though they still are both the same. Which is why I think at one point in Zelda history, we should get a not evil Ganondorf just to see.
We really should. I'm always going to be rooting for that, ever since it was put in my mind. Another thing I wanted to mention too is that one of the recent Rivals of Aether mods that I found is of Ganondorf, and it's not really a canon Ganondorf. It's just kind of a like amalgamation of his different appearances.
You fist bumped someone else.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, you were saying like
for example, his weapon, like instead of a sword, he has like a spear.
Oh, like the trident?
Yeah.
I think it's either called like the Shadow Trident, Dark Trident, or the Trident of Power. It's one of those things. That was like his main staple weapon before they decided to make Ganondorf just pure swordsman after freaking Ocarina.
Yeah.
That's
he has a couple of the moves from Smash, but not a whole lot. It's mostly original
Warlock
stuff.
Ganon, basically.
Yeah,
he
he
really
has Warlock Punch, but instead of neutral special, it's his side smash.
Imagine if freaking Ganondorf in Smash, even if he was slow moving as he was, imagine if he had the reach of a freaking spear instead of a broadsword.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's really cool, and he has like a mechanic where he can throw the spear, and then all of his attacks change. Or all of his
that's so cool.
So like his forward air is like a huge swing, but if you're not holding the spear, then it's just a punch instead.
Honestly, as I've grown older, I've realized how underrated spears / javelin / trident weapons really are in terms of how they're used in like media. Like,
yeah.
And honestly, the only time Ganondorf's ever really in a 3D game has ever really used that trident is when he was Phantom Ganon, and he didn't even use it to directly attack. He'd use it to send magic bolts at you. Bro, I love the random.
Yeah, I've always thought of Ganondorf as being like of like a potential moveset for him. I've always thought that like, you know, he should fly, he should use different like spells that you've seen him do, maybe Phantom Ganon into the moveset somehow. I always thought that a cooldown special would be the slam that he does where he breaks the platform.
Dude, you're reading my mind. I was thinking the exact same thing, like some kind of down B or down A.
Some way that it like interacts with the terrain would be so awesome.
Like if something underneath him is destructible, it's destroyed or something. Like
or even if it isn't, if he could just destroy unbreakable terrain.
Yeah, if he even if it was like for like 5 seconds or something. Yeah, it'd just be a cool thing. But then you'd have to, and then like the downside, you have to be careful because you're literally taking away the platform. It would put a lot of mind game into Zelda. I mean, if freaking Steve can make platforms, Ganon should be able to break them.
Exactly.
Honestly,
like,
Ganon...
why not, right?
Ganon
That's the big question. Why not?
Ganon has so much potential that is wasted in Smash to be resorted to a Captain Falcon clone.
Yeah.
Like, I get they did it in Melee for restrictions.
Like, I know the lightning the lightning blast would be like, it wouldn't be a good projectile because if you can just knock it back with anything, then who cares? But
Right.
but who
dude,
cares?
could
It's
you
Ganon.
imagine the mind games you'd actually have to play like a Ganon fight, where if the Ganon did a neutral B to shoot an energy bolt, you knock it
Yeah.
back at him, and then he
And then
can
you
knock it back
continue
again
fighting.
until
Yeah,
one
you
of
can
you
knock
misses.
it back infinitely, and
Yeah.
you're just having a normal fight with a projectile flying back and forth. on the
Dude,
stage.
that would be so cool, because then you'd have to multi-manage both the opponent and the projectile, and then the first person to screw up gets hit with, like, some attack. That would be... Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen a brawl mod of that somewhere. I feel like I know I've seen it. Or something like Project M or whatever the heck they're called. I know one of the big ones did Warlock Ganon, and it looked so cool. Like, it really completely changed it, because they gave him, like, the Princess Peach float like he has in his boss fights, where he can just float for a short amount of time.
Yeah, the Rivals of Ether one has that too. He has a huge float.
Oh my god. I'm just basically not even paying attention to the Splatfest anymore, I'm just talking about the Zelda. Now it really has almost felt like it's been 3 hours.
Oh yeah, and in regards to, like, one last thing I wanted to say about the last game is that his taunt is just the Wind Waker laugh.
Oh!
And it's like a 10-second taunt, so it's never worth pulling out ever. But it's just so cool because he just
Well,
he
I
does
mean,
the
it is-
laugh.
That's great.
He did, and they did a custom animation for it too. It's so cool. He starts off with his arms crossed, and then he slowly puts one of his face palms. He puts one of his hands on his head, and then he throws his head back, and he just goes.
I feel like if an
So
enemy
cool.
pulls out that taunt, you gotta give him the respect. And let him
You gotta
finish.
let him keep kicking, yeah.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah. I'm gonna charge up my forward smash, but I'll let you finish.
I think you won that one.
Because I mean, the laugh is just iconic.
Dude. I haven't gotten to the fight with Ganon yet or anything like that, but I honestly really hope the fight with Ganon makes up for a lot of this game's shortcomings.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it's a really good fight, I'll kind of probably give it some of a pass. I really feel like, though, the way that the combat in Breath of the Wild, always something about it. Sorry, Tears of the Kingdoms feels janky for some reason. It feels like it doesn't feel as fluid as it should. Like when I'm fighting enemies,
What,
like
Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom?
yeah, it was something about like fighting the
Yeah.
big enemies, like the block guy. I feel like there's something about Link's movement that just doesn't feel natural for him. It just feels really bizarre. I don't know why. It just doesn't. Like, I feel like dodging it doesn't matter because, like, I feel like I have to abandon all hope and run away, and it doesn't feel intuitive to the fight.
Yeah.
Because his smash will take you out if you're anywhere close. You can't. It's not like freaking Dark Souls where you just time your dodge and you're invincible while you're dodging. You'll just still get hit out of the air or around and whatever. And it's like fights like that that just feel like, what is the intended way to fight this? Because it feels wrong.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of enemies that just have attacks where it's just like, you can't dodge it.
You need
Like-
to just abandon the fight and run away to get out of the way. It just feels weird.
It's like, no, make me, you know?
Yeah, and he
Don't
sure
just, like-
does. And that's
Well, that's not what I mean, you know? I mean,
yeah.
like, you know, make me in a fair way. Like,
right, like how fighting the Lynels feels. Like, you can dodge those with quick times, but like even if you were to dodge the block thing with quick time, like, what are you hitting back? The weak point is somewhere else on the body. It's just weird.
I think the Flux Construct's music is pretty cool, though.
I
And
don't
it's
pay
funny because I
attention
don't
to it.
remember it, but I just get this feeling like there's a cool song playing when you fight those.
Right? I have to
It's
to
like
listen.
subconscious.
Dude, see
I'm
this
gonna look it up after this match.
This is what I mean when I feel like when I really start thinking about what a Zelda game is, and that's what I feel like when Tears of the Kingdom desperately is not, is when I start feeling frustrated, because then I just remember, yeah, you know what? Zelda games have never been A+ stories. They're not like a Xenoblade story or anything like that.
No, certainly not.
Like, they're not even sometimes even good, but like, they're they're not. Like, but Zelda stories are rarely bad, but they're rarely also amazing. And even if
Yeah.
they are, it's almost kind of like
And then-
because
and
some of
then-
it's interpretation.
And then with Skyward Sword, they suddenly started being better. In my opinion.
That's fair. I mean,
I know you like Skyward Sword story.
I don't hate it.
I just
Like,
think it's a big game all around.
I mean, that's fair. I can respect that. I honestly, it's like I do like that. Like that's one of the better instances for Link having a personality. Because man, Skyward Sword's dialogue options can be pretty funny.
Sure, but
like
when he doesn't actually say them, it's
oh no,
a
but
little annoying.
okay, well, not verbally yet, but we haven't had voice acting until like.
Okay, well that gives
anyway.
me two responses. I have two responses to that. First of all, fuck off. Zelda can have full voice acting. Like there's
Yeah,
no reason it shouldn't have it.
No, you're right. I agree.
And second, I forget.
One of the best examples for that, but obviously means there's definitely plenty worse examples, is like when Link shows up just in time to stop Girahim and save Zelda and Impa so they can get away to the past. And like Link's dialogue options, like, and they react to it. It's like you Impa's like Link, and then like one of your options is Link be like did I like am I late? And then whatever, so like something cheesy like that. And then Impa's like,
it's
Impa's
so good because she said he was late the first time.
You're exactly, and then she's like, no, you're right on time, actually. And I'm like, dude, it's like, and the thing is, honestly, Breath of the Wild's dialogue options are pretty good, too, if you look around for some of the side stuff. Not so much the main content, but, like, the NPC conversations can be pretty funny. Like, Link can get some personality that way. It's just a shame that it's not voiced in any actual thing. Dude, we both chased him forever.
Yep. You wouldn't get away.
Oh, wait, I thought you got him.
I thought I did too. Apparently not.
I think we won that one for sure.
I think so too.
Like,
we were crushing it.
But, like, that's the thing. It's like, I feel like there was always something enjoyable about Zelda stories, because even if they weren't super deep or super, like complex or anything, you get sucked into them and they just feel really good. Like, they like, despite the fact that they're not no well-written masterpiece or, like, some Xenoblade level story or something, or even an RPG level story, it's still enough that it keeps you pulled in enough to keep playing and that you actually are really enjoying what you're experiencing.
Yeah.
Which is why, for me, I really had a hard time finishing, what's it called? Link Between Worlds. Because I predicted the entire story. Nothing was a surprise to me because it felt so telegraphed that, like, especially the ending. I was so frustrated by the ending.
I'm trying to think of the last time a twist in a Zelda game actually hit me. Like, where I was like, whoa, I was not expecting that. And I want to say it was probably Zelda sacrificing herself to save Mid.
Yeah, honestly, Twilight Princess had some of the most, like, kind of surprising Zelda story stuff in them.
Well, right, but I meant that less as a praise of Twilight Princess and more of a how long it's been since Zelda story surprised me in any capacity.
Valid point.
But yeah, Twilight Princess had some good story beats.
I'm not sure if Skyward Sword had any where that really felt like.
No,
it
really didn't.
It didn't necessarily, but like to me, it still was fine. It didn't really feel like.
I think the most emotion I ever felt in Skyward Sword was when the Grusinator came out, and I was like, "Oh, it's the Grusinator!"
Bro, that was really good. What a three.
That was like the only time I felt like
euphoria.
A spike of emotion.
And was taking out that stupid freaking imprisoned for the third time.
I guess the scene where Zelda seals herself is kind of emotional.
True, yes.
Like, that scene's okay. I'll give it that. But, I don't know.
Hey, at least...
Midna hit so much harder in the tier department.
Midna hits so much harder, yes, but, like, it's one of the best executions of trying to really flesh out Zelda and make her more important. Like, the fact that Zelda was important for the story for longer than just either the beginning or the end was a good point in that direction, you know?
True, but this was after Spirit Tracks.
Was it? Oh. I can't remember. Oh, yes.
Yeah, Skyward Sword was several years after Spirit Tracks.
Bro, how did I not kill this guy? Very fair point. I wonder if people who come to these types of streams look here and think, bro, what kind of conversations I think we're gonna be listening to? Like, they expect us to talk about Splatoon all the time. I feel like that well runs dry very quickly.
What's there to say though? Like every Splatoon stream, we talk about how much we hate the direction that Splatoon is going, and
Right.
nothing else.
Right, and then it's like no one wants to hear that for the 20th time. Everyone else that feels the same way already feels that way, and everyone that doesn't just be like, get good, bro. I just got slapped in the butt.
I would much rather talk about a franchise, an unrelated franchise that I have mixed feelings about, than one that I'm just like a franchise that's on its deathbed, and I'm just like, well, it was a good run.
Right? I wanted to have a positive conversation for once.
Honestly, I would rather have a mixed conversation than just a fully positive one. Because, you know, if we can talk about Xenoblade, I can just talk about how great it is, but, like, I think it's more interesting to talk about something that has flaws, you know?
Yeah, I feel like the Zelda series has a good enough amount of ups and downs, but where its ups outweigh the downs, as opposed to, like, something else. Like, lately Splatoon, where it feels like the downs outweigh the ups. At least, in my opinion, it does. But, like, the thing is, that's the problem. I want to play this game casually, and the player base doesn't want to. So there's not much you can do about it. It's just that's the fate of games like this.
Hey! Don't forget the homies on the bridge.
Well, that's true, but that's like the rare exception to the norm.
Yeah.
The very rare. I can't remember the last time someone in a Splatfest battle of all things too. Was that the ×10 battle, actually? I don't even remember which one the ×10 was.
I don't remember. I don't either.
I don't even remember the outcome of the ×10.
I know it was on the same stage. I remember the ×10 battle was on the field.
Yes.
But I don't remember who was
Did they?
I killed this person with the beanie like 6 times.
I feel like they gave up. I feel like I kept seeing them over and over. I can't believe this. I've been playing this game so long already tonight. It's like 3.5 hours-ish.
Yeah, it goes pretty quick.
Yeah. When you're talking about a good
massacre.
Franchise. Dude, what an extra pose for, what, Kyrie? I don't know how you would say that.
Probably, yeah, Kyrie.
I don't know, it's really hard to read it.
I remember, you know how they spell Kyrie in Kingdom Hearts? With Kyrie?
Oh god.
There's a character, it always bothered me. There's a character in Devil May Cry that has a name spelled exactly the same, except they pronounce it Kyrie.
Oh god, that doesn't feel right at all.
Yeah, it doesn't feel. That is exactly what I was gonna say. It doesn't feel right at all.
Say?
It's like, bro, it's the same name. Why do you have to be so extra?
Why do you have to be so... I can't
They
figure
have to
out
add
which
so much
one
flavor to it.
Right. I guess to slightly change the topic for a little bit for the rest of the time we're on. I'm probably gonna wrap it up here in a little bit anyway, though, since it's getting late. I don't know if I'll play it again tomorrow. Depends on if, say, Sora wants to, and if I feel like I want to do that. I may or may not stream it, though. Because this has been plenty fine anyway. I'm kind of surprised we didn't get thrown into... Well, we couldn't with Sora. I'm surprised we didn't get thrown into a tri-battle. I forgot they don't just do that of forced on you anymore. You have to pick it. I completely forgot about that.
That's right.
Maybe if I do it on stream, if I stream a little bit of it tomorrow, maybe I'll do tri-battles instead and see how that works out. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna promise nothing. What are some RPGs that you really like that you think are like underrated or kind of like obscure things? Like, is there a lot of RPGs you feel like you've played that fall into that kind of category?
Obscure, underrated?
Obscure or underrated, whichever, or both, whichever. I feel like I have a few that might fall in there.
I think Octopath's pretty underrated.
I kind of think it is a
the
little bit...
The Octopath subreddit is tiny. It's so small. And I don't understand why.
It's really well acclaimed, but at the same time, it's like... Sometimes you can also tell how popular something is by the amount of fan art it has. And, like, you almost never see art of Octopath Traveler.
Yeah.
despite the fact that the people who made it have had so many installments of games on the Switch and other systems. Like, there was, like, the Bravely Default series, there's, like, they had Triangle Strategy, they did what I think was called Various Day Life or something, which I've been keeping an eye on.
I don't even know that one.
That's, like, it's not even a full title game, it's like, the full retail price of that game is $28. But it's from the same team. I don't really know what kind of game it is. I'm gonna pick it up eventually. But it's like, yeah, not a lot of people talk about it. It doesn't feel as obscure, especially considering it's on all platforms. I haven't played number 2 yet. I want to get onto that at some point. I have to finish 3 houses so I can finish the DLC for Xenoblade, so I can go and do freaking Octopath. I feel like I don't want to have. I would freaking. Octopath 2 was going to be next until the DLC came out. I didn't think that was going to come out until, like, maybe the later half of this year. And now it's like, well, now I feel like I can't keep going on knowing that that exists and keep putting it off for another RPG that could take me even longer. So I'm like... Like, I heard that the Future Redeemed is not that long compared to, like, other Xenoblade stuff, so it probably wouldn't take long to do it. Like,
yeah. I just checked the sub. I know the subreddits aren't the perfect way to check, but you know, it's a decent way to check.
Right.
Engagement, right? The Octopath Traveler subreddit has 73k, which is granted more than I was expecting. But then I went to r/Fire Emblem, and then I went over to r/Fire Emblem 3 Houses, like specifically just for 3 Houses, right? None of the other games, and it's at 91k. So literally just 3 Houses is more popular than all of Octopath Traveler.
That's fair. I mean, 3 Houses had a lot more, like, well, well, one thing it does, it has, like, franchise familiarity. Like, people know Fire Emblem. It has what at
but
the
it's
time,
also very much its own identity. Like, I have absolutely no doubt in my mind at all that 3 Houses is the most popular one.
Oh,
because it just exploded.
Oh,
it just completely exploded, and there's a million people out there. I say a million, but there's probably more than a million people out there who love 3 Houses and don't know a single thing about a single other Fire Emblem. It's like, it's such, like, bottled lightning, even by Fire Emblem standards.
Right, I get you that on that one. And it doesn't,
I mean, it's the only one that got its own warriors still.
Well, there's that too. Well, yeah, because the rest of it was just the general Fire Emblem franchise, and it's like 3 Houses specifically.
Yeah.
I think, like,
and
part of that...
That's the thing, is that people liked it more than the first Fire Emblem Warriors. The first Fire Emblem Warriors is, like, painfully mid. Whereas,
yeah. I remember when you came into the...
Yeah, 3 Hopes is, like, I don't know, I don't like it that much, but, you know, the community actually likes it.
And then, like, compared that to, I remember that time you came into the random Hyrule Warrior stream, and, like, you said, it's sad that watching this with no context is way more entertaining than Fire Emblem Warriors with full context.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like, bro, Hyrule Warriors did pop off. Like, it had...
Fire Emblem Warriors is just sad, man. It's just, like...
I don't think I have... I mean, I never wanted to play it anyway, mostly because I don't have enough knowledge of Fire Emblem to appreciate the cast it's using, or not using, by apparently the mistake.
Not using, yeah. Appreciate the cast that it's not using. Fire Emblem Engage did so much better in terms of representing the franchise.
That's pretty cool, because I might play that one, because I feel like I don't need to know the original characters to appreciate it.
You don't, but it would definitely help.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like, for example, you don't mind me spoiling a 25, 30-year-old game, do you?
Oh, definitely, I don't mind.
There's a joke that the community has had for years about a character named Sigurd and how he enjoys barbecues, because in his own game he got high by burning to death.
Oh my god.
And they referenced it in the game. He makes a joke about barbecues.
That's so good. I love stuff like that. That's kind of
and the thing that's crazy is in Engage, the emblem characters, which are, you know, the ones that are old characters, returning characters from the old games, right? They're all ghosts. Like they're confirmed to have died. So Sigurd is saying this after burning to death. He's like making barbecue jokes.
Dude, that's some humor. That's someone who's just too chill.
It's hilarious. Oh, and Lucina's another huge one because they had Lucina lean super hard into like community jokes. There's a million jokes about her.
Oh man, I wonder if they made a Hooters
Like how
joke.
she's terrible at naming weapons and stuff like that.
I heard she's just a massive dork, is what I've heard.
Yes. Yes,
She's a
100%.
huge dork. That sounds like fun. Because she doesn't, without knowing any information, she doesn't look like that type. And I think
No,
that's
not at all. Because
I-
she's super serious. You only get that in her supports.
That's
Because in the story, if you don't do a single Lucina support in Awakening, you'll think she's like a really stoic and like serious person. But like
Right.
if you do the supports, then you're like, you know, she like when she's like talking to like her sibling or like her friends,
Right.
You know, her close friends, she's like a total dork.
I always love that kind of stuff when they flesh out the characters more. I think the reason why Three Houses is a little more approachable in that regard, because for the most part the game's environment is more chill, so you can. It's not quite as. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna get there. I'm almost through chapter 11, so it may change massively. Probably will. We haven't got to the point where the children.
Oh,
start
but
killing each other
the
yet.
beginning is the most important part.
Right.
And it's much more relaxed than most. Like,
I-
most Fire Emblems, you start out already in the middle of a war. You know?
I remember my sister, Gay, she couldn't even get past near the beginning of Shadow Dragon because the fact that the game makes you send a decoy unit out poses Marth so he can die for Marth. My sister couldn't do it. She couldn't make that moral choice so much that she stopped playing the game because she didn't want to do it if there was no way to avoid the death. It bothered her
Was it a
that
green
much.
unit?
I don't know. No. It was like there was a point in Shadow Dragon, I guess, where you have to pick one of your units to pose as Marth and go out to meet the enemy like as like a story scripted thing. But that person going out to pose as Marth is a decoy for Marth and the others to get away. That unit you pick dies. They will die for Marth. That's what I understand. So
I didn't
basically,
even know about that.
that's what my sister told me. Unless she didn't play enough to the point where maybe that doesn't even happen at all. I don't really know. But that's why I was gathered the reason why she couldn't play it, because she asked me to look up something about it, and she's like she wouldn't play it if she couldn't figure out if they were going to be okay. I'm like, that's pretty sad. Smash. By the hand.
And it's not like a story scene with a specific character. It's like you choose a character to die.
I think it probably is some kind of important story bit. Because, like, I guess Marth was, like, I don't know, supposed to be dead anyway for some reason. I don't know. I don't know the context. I didn't play Shadow Dragon. I just know my
Yeah.
sister told me about that bit.
I've only watched people play Shadow Dragon. I'm not sure about it myself.
I don't know if I have it on the Wii U or not. I actually picked up on the Switch back when they had the anniversary thing, the original.
I picked up the GBA games on the Wii U and not Shadow Dragon specifically because, well, A, it's a DS game, so it's easier to get a handle on. But also because I've heard that it's just not as good as the GBA games.
Oh, I heard that too. I heard Shadow Dragon was a really bad port. But it was an accessible port, so it's like, you know, you get a pass for accessibility.
Yeah.
Some RPGs that I feel
I
like...
also hear a lot of fans just don't really like the Mario trilogy that much.
Well, that's fair.
Sorry, duology. There's two of them, and they both got remakes. So it's technically four, but you know, only if you count the remakes as separate games. Some people do, and some people don't.
Gotcha. Some of
And the
my...
thing is, they're not even the same games. Like a lot of people in the Fire Emblem community just call them by their number, like
Right.
in the order that they came out. But the problem is, the Marth games, right, which are the you know, the two originals and the two remakes are FD1, 3, 10, and 12.
Oh my gosh. That is...
Like, they just couldn't do them in order. Or, sorry, no, 11 and 12, my bad. Because Awakening is 13, and New Mystery... Yeah, New Mystery of the Emblem was 12, and that was the last one to come out before Awakening. And man, that's part of the reason the franchise was seriously on its ropes. Because the last two games to come out before Awakenings were both Marth remakes, which is like, damn, that's rough.
Yeah, if you're not a fan
Sales
of
were
Marth,
not
it's not
great.
working.
Yeah. And the two games before that were both were Tellius, which were the games that Ike was in.
Yeah.
But even
Path of
then,
Radiance
you know,
and Radiant Dawn.
it's an obscure Wii title, and like pretty much all the people that played the Tellius games were from Brawl, who were like, "Oh, this guy looks cool. I wonder what his game is like." You know?
Right. I think some RPGs, I feel like I've played some really weird, obscure ones on the GBA. Like I've Let's Played, say, the Shining Force, the Resurrection of the Dark Dragon. And apparently that was a Game Boy Advance remake of a what was it? Might have been a Sega system RPG or something. Because it was definitely a Sega RPG, and it kind of like it plays very similarly to a Fire Emblem game. It's got that same type of like certain units beat other units type of thing, and it's like on like a grid, like kind of almost like a chessboard type of thing where you engage the enemy units. There's different maps that have different things. Different types of units have different pros and cons. It was less about so much weapon type and more so like, and I thought there was a lot of depth to it. And there's a lot, and the fact that every single character has like side stories or cool little support, like basically support conversations, which you unlock by leveling up that unit. But because of the way the game is designed, it's almost impossible. It's very difficult to see all of any unit's stories all in one go through because like there's so many. There's like, it's not like Three Houses where there's just maybe a handful extra you don't need. Shining Force had so many, and a lot of them were built for.
You say that, but if you want to get all of those, like from every class,
right,
it's just impossible. You have to play through multiple times.
Right, and it's like there's so many units with different types of stories and personalities in Shining Force that you don't even get to see them all. And some characters that rarely interact with other characters, or it's always really cool to see. And sometimes it's hard to see them because you typically tend to play the units that are actually good. Like, for example, one character that has a really cool personality, but I never learned too much about him because as a unit he sucks, was a Centaur. Not a Centaur. Was it Centaur? Centaur is the horse ones, right? The horse with the human on it. Yeah, it was a Centaur unit, which are one of the most common units in the game, or common races in the game. But like, he was a Centaur that was bad with physical attacks, but he excelled in. He was like bad, like mid at physical attacks, but he was the only Centaur in the game that had a magic stat of any kind. Like he had a magic meter. And through, I think, a lot of work, he could probably learn some magic, but he even wasn't good at it because he's a Centaur. So so leveling him up to learn that stuff and then learning about the character was always a pain. But it was one of those things that I never got to see.
No, that's a huge thing in not so much in Three Houses because the characters are a lot more accessible.
Yeah.
But that's a very common Fire Emblem thing where you will never learn about a character. You know, it's this conundrum where, you know, you'll never learn to like a character if you never use them, but you'll never use them if they suck.
Exactly. There was a number of characters in the Shining Force game, and you can tell it had an impact on my young self because it spawned the title for my story, which I will probably retcon at some point because I ain't gonna be copyrighting stuff. But like, I just really enjoyed it. I probably would have really enjoyed. It didn't have like permadeath like Fire Emblem, but like it had a lot of depth to an RPG, which I had never really experienced as much before. It was one of my earlier RPGs too, so it's like I didn't really have a handle of what made what good. I just used what characters were really easy to use. Yeah. But like, even then, I want to do that on stream again sometime. I Let's Played it a long time ago, but I'd love to stream it at some point because it's one of my favorite RPGs from my childhood and one of my favorite games on the Game Boy Advance. And it was like a remake of just like one from like a Sega system, and it had like a Shining Force too, but it was like one of those ones where, because like to me as a kid, the ending of
look at them go.
They're so excited. to me as a kid, the ending of Shining Force felt so like unsatisfying because I mean I'm not gonna really spoil it if I stream it later on, but like I feel like it had an unsatisfying end for the protagonist, where it felt like it left like open-ended enough for a sequel to maybe give closure for that character. But this is also me, early young kid who's just getting into RPGs and has that denial phase of like, you know, sometimes RPGs just have bad parts to their endings. Not bad written, but just they're sad and you're not happy about it because you don't agree, because you wanted something better to happen for that character.
You wanted a happy ending.
Yeah, and it doesn't happen. So when I learned later on that it had a Shining Force 2, I thought, oh, the sequel I always wanted. Then I realized it was kind of like a Final Fantasy thing, where it's the second installment of the series. And it takes place in the same world. It takes place in the same world. It has some of the same characters, but it has a completely different plot. And as far as I know, never featured the protagonist from the first game. So it was like,
oh, okay, so it's not as bad as Final Fantasy then.
no, as far as I know, like I don't think
the Final Fantasy games are completely unrelated. Like they don't have anything to do with each other.
Shining
Except
Force,
for like, I don't know, like the existence of magic, I guess.
Shining Force was like one of those kind of weird RPGs too, where it's like they had like a lot of different things going on for it too. It's like it didn't have it wasn't a very big series, and clearly it got dropped. I think it only ever had maybe 3 games. Like the third game was some other, not counting remakes, I think it was just some other type of not RPG thing. I don't know. I only learned of its existence a few months ago when I was doing some research for something. And I'm like, it's sad to see because it had a lot of really good things going, but it felt like one of those situations where like, you know, games like Fire Emblem or whatever just got the popular end of the stick. And while it had the same makings for really greatness, it just never took off.
Even you say that, but...
well, obviously
Fire Emblem was going for a good, like, 20 years before it took off.
Fair point. But, like, Fire Emblem obviously had several resurgences in popularity. Like, you know, the one where it eventually came to the West, and then, obviously, when Three Houses and Awakening happened, it's like it had many different popularity resurgences. I don't think Shining Force ever had any of that. And maybe they just were too afraid to try because, you know, it's Sega.
Right.
So...
It's funny, because when you say, like, Three Houses definitely was a popularity surge, but I feel like it wasn't even for Fire Emblem, you know? Like, Three Houses just feels like such its own thing, because of specifically, like... I don't know. It doesn't even feel like a Fire Emblem game when it comes to... I mean, I'm sure the story and all that is right, but yeah, when it comes to fandoms, it just feels like its own thing.
Right. There's also the fact that, you know, it's like, it definitely didn't hurt its popularity when it came out, when all the reviewers were comparing it to Persona 5 and saying it's got Persona 5-like elements, and which is not even 100% even accurate. The fact that you can have social life stuff with the other units are very, very kind of minimal too, or just like free time stuff that's not all about fighting. It gave you the illusion that like it made probably people buy into it thinking it was going to be something like Persona, and you know, because Persona 5 picked up so much, people were picking up anything that was Persona-like because that's. And then I feel like a lot of people convinced themselves that it was like Persona that didn't play it, you know, because it was Nintendo Switch at the time, you know.
Yeah.
I'm glad, you know, unrelated, I'm glad Atlas is finally deciding that, you know, putting our games on multiple platforms is actually cost-effective for us. It actually works. It's amazing how that works. Like, another one, I think they were related.
Like everyone else has been doing it for a good reason.
Another RPG series I remember that was similar, but I don't know if they were necessarily meant to be like related or if it's just, you know, similar naming. Was an RPG series called Shining Soul, and it had a few similar type of races. It was also made by Sega, so maybe they just, you know, didn't have another original name to use. You know, maybe the person in there wasn't feeling creative that day. And it was a really weird kind of like another Game Boy Advance game I played. It was the second one. I don't really know if it had a story very much. It felt almost like, oh my gosh, it feels almost like what I understood MMOs to be like, but it was on a Game Boy Advance. You could link up other Game Boy Advances to other copies of the game, and you could play a 4-player RPG experience with like open world. Well, not open world. Not open. It was like areas and dungeons that you could go into and spread around with multiple players and fight enemies together. And it was like, it felt like an MMO that was on the Game Boy Advance, and it was like, it was so bizarre. I don't remember its story being anything really good. It definitely had the grinding elements of an MMO, and it was a really hard game to play as a solo player. I could definitely tell it was probably designed to be that way, because even if you pause the game keeps going when it's paused. Like, if there's enemies around, they're gonna come up and kill you if you leave the game paused. That kind of thing. It was definitely meant, like, you know, you're not supposed to stop and pause. The only safe place is in town. I don't remember a whole lot about the game's story. I remember it had a really interesting amount of different enemy types. They felt really original in the kind of monsters that it would have, the kind of environments it had. They were really. If I could find it, I'd probably try and stream it at some point. I'm sure I could emulate it if I could find it. I know I have it somewhere though. And it was like, it was just really, really weird. Like, I really liked it though, because as a gameplay, it was kind of fun. Because it was an RPG, but like, you moved the character around on the overworld and stuff, and you would control. It felt more like a Sword of Mana game than a standard RPG game. If you've ever played any of the Sword of Mana games, I'm not sure if you.
I have not.
It's kind of like it's like
a little bit about Trials related.
It's just like an RPG, but instead of like a turn-based combat, you're moving the character around and you're directly attacking the enemies.
Oh,
but
so it's like a Tales game.
I think so. I don't. But like, at least
we played Symphonia briefly.
I played a little bit of Symphonia, and I played all of Symphonia too. Don't ask me how that makes any sense.
What? Why?
Well, we didn't have access to the original, and I didn't know it was one of those type of sequel games. So it was like, but it was one of those games that's actually kind of designed.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I didn't know that when we had it, and it was one of those games that was like, it was designed in a way where you could pick it up and play it, and it gives you a completely different perspective experience for playing it not knowing the first one, because it tells you enough about it, but you fit into the role of the character better because you don't know anything either, as the main character doesn't. So it kind of worked in a way. Because obviously, the beginning of the game, Lloyd, the protagonist of the first game, you're given the impression that he's some murderer that killed your parents. Because that's what the protagonist remembers. And that's why everyone hates the protagonist, because he hates Lloyd. But because me not having played the original game, I didn't really know anything about Lloyd or the other characters, so I didn't really know. You know, you have the bias towards the character you're playing as rather than the ones that already existed, so it was a different perspective. It was a really interesting one, too. I didn't go in completely blind because my sister had read the manga of Tales of Symphonia, so she knew, even though my other sister owned the game and knew nothing about it. One sister had read the manga and was giving us kind of some supplemental information, like, no, there's no way this person would do this, and we're like, what? It's the only person that knows, and she's not even as involved in it. But it was like, because Symphonia, like when you instigate an enemy or walk into them, you start like a battle segment where you go into like a battlefield, you know, type of thing, with like, with like the Mana games or like Shining Soul I was talking about. The enemies are actively out there and they're doing on the overworld. They're doing their attack animations and whatnot, and you fight them in the overworld. There's no transition. You're just fighting their body out there in the overworld. I can't. I'm trying to think of a game that compares that in a similar way. But if you haven't played Mana, it's harder to explain. The Mana games I played are actually really good too.
I'm sure I can think of one. It's just not easy.
But like the Mana games, I for sure know are more well known than other RPGs I mentioned.
Oh, Xenoblade does that.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it too. But it's like Xenoblade still kind of enters almost a battle state, whereas in Shining Soul and in the Mana games, you're constantly in battle state no matter where you are. You can fight anywhere at any time.
Okay.
It was one of my favorites as a kid for some reason. And also, what was it? I also just really liked It was Sword of Mana I had played. Sword of Mana was another one of my earliest RPG experiences, and I think it really shaped what I looked for in RPGs. RPGs with good stories, you know, so I was really spoiled early on by I don't know if those stories hold up nowadays. I feel like I should stream that game sometime soon, too. You know, eventually. Because I really do... It was really... I remember... I thought that's one of the things. I remember it fondly, and it had one of those sad endings that I wasn't satisfied with at the beginning, or at the end of it. But, like, it was still a good ending, but it felt unsatisfying. It was also a weird thing where, like, you could pick from two protagonists. There was a girl and a boy, and they each, like, most of the game's story is, like, the same kind of, but, like, there are parts where those two characters are separated, and they each have their own adventures apart from the other protagonist. Like, it's like a dual protagonist, but, like, while one person's off doing one thing, the other's doing another, and, like, whenever you guys re-interact with each other, it feels like you're finding someone you haven't seen in a long time, and you're finally back together again before the plot rips you apart again. And it was like, and then
so specific.
Well, it basically takes two protagonists in the same game, but it gives you completely different areas and story beats that you're experiencing with one character that the other character doesn't get to experience. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh, you gotta play both stories to get the whole thing, but it's like, it's more like if you play the other character, you just get to see what happened that they did rather than just hear about it, you get to experience it.
You know, there's a couple Fire Emblems that do that, except you know, mandatory, like you actually have to play both. But,
I kind of wish it had did that, so I'd have to play it twice, but...
Well, no, you don't have to play it twice. Well, it is different, like... What am I trying to say here? It's not like it's the same game, but it's slightly different. I mean that it has, like, two protagonists in two completely different places. The one that comes most to mind is Echoes.
Yeah, Echoes is what I was probably gonna guess.
Yeah, that's something I love about Echoes, is that you have two split protagonists, so you're basically running two campaigns at once. And they're both different stories, different characters, different everything. But they're, like, completely, like, separate, you know?
I honestly really like that design rather than doing it two paths. Like, Sword of Mana, I think the reason why they didn't do that, maybe it's just they didn't really think of how it would really work well, is because when you pick a protagonist, the other, it's like, it's an RPG but you have, like, you're the character, and then you have, like, normally you have one companion that fights with you. It's like another character. So the other protagonist of the other story is the most common companion character you'll get in parts of the game. But these companion partners, even the other protagonists, they have their own setup level skills and whatnot. Like, they're fixed characters. You can't, like, level them up separately. The protagonist that you play as is the only one that actively changes throughout the game. So the other ones are, the support is always set to whatever they are when you get them for however long they're with you. So I guess that's why they're thinking, like, if you split them apart, it would be, since you didn't actually control the other character, it would be, like, weird to control characters that you didn't level up, I guess, is what maybe their thought was. But I think it would have benefited a lot. It would have made one playthrough feel a lot longer, for sure. But, like, I think it would have been better narratively. But, like, I think back then the RPGs were still short enough that you could get away with that and still experience both really quickly. I think it also had some kind of connectability feature where it lets you, like, share items from other players and stuff like that. I don't remember. Game Boy Advances tried to do a lot of weird things with games that had no business doing it. Like the whole thing in the Harvest Moon game where I was linking up to the Game Boy Harvest Moon. The whole thing was really bizarre.
That's Splatfest that took off.
I think I really kind of just forgot we were playing Splatoon. As weird as that might be to sound to say, I really feel like I have just been on autopilot this whole time. Because I can't really recall any of the matches we've been doing.
I'm always on autopilot playing this game.
It's like it takes too much energy to be sole focused on this game all the time.
Yeah, you know?
Ugh. I just makes me want to play RPGs I played as a kid. Part of me wants to know if they still hold up today, or if it's just, you know, nostalgia, childhood bias.
Right.
Another one, but I don't really consider this one obscure. Maybe underrated for sure, but definitely not obscure. Was probably the Golden Sun series. Because that had a lot of clout in the movement for a while, and still kind of does. People were still hoping for a Golden Sun re-release on the Switch. And honestly, maybe the Nintendo Switch Online will do it, even though it's not what they want. But that was a series I really liked as a kid, but I really feel like, of what I remember, its dialogue was probably really cheesy and dated. Probably like you know, kids' young RPG. So it's like, it doesn't feel as deep, despite the fact that it still has a deep enough story. And I remember it tried to start another series of it in the Dark Dawn of the DS, and then it's left on a cliffhanger, and then they never continued it, and I'm like, that's a shame. And then they blamed the fans for not continuing by saying the fans don't care about it. And I'm like, bro, don't do that. Don't put that on us. Just because the game didn't sell well, that's not our fault. That doesn't mean we don't want to see more of it.
Well, to be fair, like, if they don't have money, they can't make a sequel.
That's fair, but I feel like to blame the fans for not having a big enough demand to want it is ridiculous.
That's very good.
It's also a lot harder to push it to new fans when it's technically a sequel series to the original. Granted, you don't need to play the original, I think, to understand it, but it obviously would help.
Obviously.
That's a series I wonder if it still holds up today or not. I mean, honestly, it probably wouldn't. Like, the subject matter probably does, but, you know, it's like that thing when I rewrote all my chapters for my story. I feel like dialogue doesn't always stand up to test of time over time. What may work 10 years ago may not work anymore. I feel like that applies
What's that meme?
I'm not
What's the meme I'm thinking of?
I can't remember. Oh, wow, that was fast.
You got kicked?
I got kicked for some reason. I don't know why. Are you still in the match? Oh, you got kicked too.
Game's over. It just ended.
Yo, what you got to say, Fry? Is it us? Did we win? I don't know if it was us.
Uh-oh, disconnected players will be assigned a loss. Anything but that.
Oh,
What does that
no.
even mean, being assigned a loss?
I just got a friend request from somebody. These Splatoon children.
Oh, I got one too.
I wonder who it was. I feel like I've lost track of who it would have possibly been. Just splashing around in puddles now.
R.Emomin. And they have a gray profile.
I feel like I may just not ready yet.
Like
Again, I feel
their profile, their like profile icon is gray from Xenoblade 3.
For a second, when you said that, I thought you meant like the color gray. Like, bro, how did they get just a pure gray icon? And then I
No,
gray.
Yeah, I realized I had to specify.
Gun Dad.
Gun Dad. God, I miss Gun Dad.
Dude. That's like the hardest part about RPGs and stories in general. Getting is so attached to characters, and then when it's over, it's just you don't see them anymore, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I think I might be done playing for today. I feel like I'm gonna use that disconnect as a sign that it's probably time to stop.
Yeah, I feel like I am too, actually.
I'm not sure if it's disconnect or not, but the bit rate is what it looks.
I'm gonna go see my Gun Dad.
That's it for me. I gotta get back to playing Animal Crossing New Leaf on my Nintendo 3DS. God, I don't know. I feel like a lot of Nintendo's is like directs and stuff feel like they lack so much personality after Reggie left and Doug Bowser took over. And it may just be convenient timing, but it just really feels like it's like they've reached a point where they just don't feel like they need to try anymore. It just feels so lazy and corporate.
Yeah. 100%. How I would describe it.
I miss Reggie. I'm glad he's not still there at Nintendo anymore, dragging him down.
I miss my wife, Sailors.
I miss my wife because I miss her a
Maybe I
lot.
should make that a soundboard. I don't feel like it would be useful a lot, but I also feel like we say it a lot when it doesn't really apply.
And no, it's just one of those
You know
things you
what I
just
mean?
fly out. It's like freaking half the stuff Ramirez says never has any contextual basis, but it's just funny anyway. I remember he used to say a lot, you know what, whatever it does to your fingers, he just said that all the time. He doesn't say it as much anymore.
Yeah. And he also just says, like, the blurred out N-word all the time for no reason.
That's his new
It's
thing.
funny.
I don't know why he does it, but it is funny every time. When Ramirez decides to fire off and be passionate, bro, I don't know. It random popped in. I just saw his freaking art on Twitter, not Twitter, on the Discord the other day. It just had that fish. Like, bro, I know that fish from that silly video. It's and I just started laughing. Like, that stupid looking fish. He's like, yeah, that's what it came from. There's like, if you look at the art channel, like Ramirez's newest piece was like him in the scuba suit with the goofy looking fish.
Right.
There's like a whole video about this fish that looks just like that, bothering some deep sea diver who's hitting something with a hammer underwater. And the fish is like in his face, so the diver just takes the fish by the face and pushes it away. And then the fish comes back because it's so intrigued by whatever's happening. It's so derpy looking. It's the goofiest thing. Like, I'll have to see if I can find it and just share it because it's so
That is the
goofy.
goofiest thing.
Like, in the best part, it's just that fish looks exactly like how he drew it, and it's so good. Just looking at it just makes me smile and laugh. I'm like, that's so good.
Oh, man.
Ugh. Is it really pouring? It's a good time to stop playing. Goodness gracious. Sora
Anytime is a good time to stop playing.
Anytime's a good time to stop playing Splatoon.
That's right.
Alright, I'm gonna say goodbye to this stream, and I don't know if I'm gonna stream it tomorrow. I may just play Zelda instead. I don't know.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and follow on the Twitch. Call to action.
Isolate remembers to show when he's tired.
Hey, you're not gonna get to 1 million subs without a little bit of help.
A little bit of help. I just need help. I just need a shout out from Mr. Beast.
That's what you need.
There it is.
There he is.
I baited you. I'm like, come on. I'm just like looking at it. I'm looking at the screen expectantly.
What? Yeah.
Alright, I'm turning this off. Goodbye, stream.
Bye bye.